Is it just me or there's no sound? Okay, welcome back to the WESPAC main events live here in Accra. Ghana. My name is I'm your public. I can assure you we are back and we are ready to move. So we see this game have gone a bit far. Screen here we have Alan Paul from Scotland, I believe, and we see Godwin Victor from Nigeria. I believe we saw Godwin Victor yesterday with George Ezinore. So I believe Alan started first with Hayu for about 12 points, and Godwin responded with Yam. And thereafter, we saw Leti come down, and then Beast, then Batik, G, Oni. And the first bingo we had for this game was from Godwin Victor, Droxia for 77 points. And Allen responded with Twee, and we got Ogla in return. Then Daniel, Wild, then AUE from Alan, and I believe there was an exchange from Godwin. And Paul Alan returned played Days for 40 points, and Godwin played AX for 42 points. And now it's back to Alan. He played Dong with the D hooking the base. Okay, with the D hooking the base 30 points. And with a rank of NEEU high S blank, we've seen the second bingo come down from Victor once again, lead in suit for 65 points. All right, so what do you think about this game so far, Coinsola?
I think it has been an explosive one, especially from Godwin Victor. He's a very brilliant player, and yes, we saw him on stream yesterday, and yes, I think it has been amazing from him so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So now I see Alan might be running into a bit of all consonants. We see clunky towels here, even though he has the two S's, he has no go and he's having the Q. What would you
Through the eye from a suit, yeah, that way just keep PRST and hope for vowels.
say? Keynes is not really a bad idea, but I see him setting up PST. Curious to see where PST might really work on this board. So playing kings is not it's not a bad idea actually. Playing out the Q and one of the S's, cashing in 15 points, and of course he has a good leave of PRST. So let's see what he comes up with.
So okay, yes, for context, Alan Paul happens to be himself um, currently is ranked 50th in the world currently, and he plays fifth at the Scotland 2025 National Championship. So he's a brilliant player, an amazing player.
Wow, that is very correct and that is very nice. Also, I saw Godwin on stream yesterday, and I believe he played out of eight games so far, is on two losses and having six wins. I think we saw the stream where he played with George Ezinore and he lost to George, and he also played with Femi Awade where he also lost to Femi. So far he's on six wins, two losses. Right. So I believe Alan played SUQ instead. What do you think about that move, Coin?
I mean, Sook is not bad. Two tiles from the bag. I really don't think that's nice, especially because teams would have been better.
Exactly, I thought so too. So you might have a logic behind that one, but we're not so sure. So immediately we are saying relic. Okay, I think he's changed his mind. Okay, I think he's still going for relic. Okay, might be a little indecisive on this one. Also, I see he has just one vowel. So that might be a bit confusing. Okay, so I believe he went for relic. Relic scores just 16 points, leaving GRS. And now it's back to Alan, the rank of HINPRST. What would be your movie coin?
Considering the fact that the letter I is the only vowel he has, I really don't think he should sacrifice it. I think doing something as simple as up through the O from down, I think that's nice. And it looks like that's what he did. Up for 21.
Okay, up it is, leaving INRST indeed. So now it's back to Victor. He has a rank of RSGEFOC. Okay, so if he's willing to use his S for this turn, he could play fresh, leaving G with the S. Okay, point within the that's another option.
You might want to be a little bit defensive and go for something different.
Exactly. Fresco does take the hook of S. So he might want to think about that, considering there's still, I believe, one S in the bag, one S on sane. So he might be going for something else. And I believe Paul has that S. Interesting. So we see him going for frogs instead. Okay. And that has been committed for 31 points, leaving CE.
And with the looks of things, it looks like the game is tilting in Godwin Victor's direction. Yeah, I think he has the control in this game. You know, he's leading by a lot. Even one bingo would not um, make him lose the lead. So yes, I think he's tilting in his direction.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I believe Victor is on 400 points and Alan 223. And I believe Alan might be running into a bit of issue. He has INRSTTV. Okay, what do you think he should play here?
I don't think he has a lot of options, you know. So if he's looking to still play a bingo, he could do something as simple as vint through the eye from relic, or playing vint itself, but then dropping his only consonant. I really don't think he would want to do that. But if he's looking to take scores, he could do vints for 32 points.
Okay, considering the thousand thing, I'm not sure if he would still be able to bingo. But then, if he's willing to get his hopes up, he might want to event through the Eye of Relic, like you said, for 14 points, leaving IRST. Other than that, I believe he could play Vince with the T hooking the Relic for Relics, and that would score him about 32 points, leaving RT. But I believe he has, he made an interesting move. I think he's going for grit, GRIT. What do you think about that coin?
Yeah, seems fine to me. I think it's a setup, you know. I think considering he has the last S here, so that's what he can do to just score a couple of points. Is it a great setup? Not really sure, but yeah, looks like it's a setup. Someone in chat said he was looking at no more ease, right? I believe person was referring to Godwin Victor when he played frogs. Yes, I think that's what he must have been thinking.
Possibly. So now back to Victor with a rank of C. Okay, I see the obvious move of column COE Elohim is E can Oka will score him at 1 point. It does open the triple lane underneath.
Yeah, I really don't think he'll be worried about that because looking at the tiles on scene from his point of view, they don't look like, unless there's a crazy word somewhere, you know, Scrabble can be very funny, but these tiles do not look like bingo like tiles. So I really don't think he'll be worried about opening the triple lane, especially because grid, you know, the setup of grid has been made. And so Alan would most likely play there instead of coming on that column. So taking is 41 points. I think that's the move.
Yeah, I do see him. I think he's trying to calculate his score through that up extension for hope. So I think what you said is absolutely correct. He might just go ahead and play column for 41 points. You know, considering the tiles we had on scene, I believe I knew Haaland won't have synergic tiles enough to make a bingo, even though he did set up the grades. This must be very devastating for Alan.
Yeah, I really don't think there was much that he could do.
Okay, I see you, Philip Morris, in the chat. Thank you for watching. Okay, so we might say this is a done deal for Victor.
Yes, yes, yes. There's no coming back for Alan, you know. He just has to brace up and go into the next game and hope he wins that one. But this game, no.
Very correct. Now I see Victor, both players actually have the same timing sort of, and yesterday while on stream with Excel, we mentioned about how Nigerians tend to play faster, and I think it varies though, because in most games you really do have to take your time and make sure you're playing the best. But for the most part, I think Nigerians play fast on the average.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's because of the seriousness of the end game. You know, they want to have enough time going into the end game to think, critically and analyze. So I think that's the factor that contributes to them playing very fast at the beginning of the game.
Exactly, exactly. All right, so let's see what Victor does play for this round.
Yeah, he's really taking his time on this one.
I think he might be trying to play the best, but playing column for 41 points leaving in is not a bad idea. In fact, it's the top choice he could play, knowing most of the. I think if he does play that leaving in, the remaining tile we aim will be F, and which it could easily play out. I see about 2, 3 spots it could play. So column is indeed a top choice.
He has about 40 seconds left on his clock.
Yeah, it does. I think he's okay. He's yet to set up column.
Yes, he hasn't.
Wow. Why do you think is taking so much time?
I really cannot say. Looking at the scores, 223 to is 400. Uh, okay, he does something different. He does talk instead.
Wow.
I think he was looking to take out the to block the setup, kind of. But then,
That's not really necessary at this
exactly,
point.
I really don't think it's necessary.
The most Alan could play right now is to play POS from that same setup of grids for 33 points. Either ways, that doesn't secure his win for this round.
Yeah, it doesn't really do much. Yeah. Like we said, the game is uh this Victor's game, you know.
Exactly. Did you think he didn't see the word column, or do you think he had another thought process in
I
mind?
think he was really fixated on finding a way to take out the setup. I think that's what he was doing. Although, even if he played column, it would take his score to about 430 something or 440 something. So, even with a times nine, obviously there are no spots for times nine, but even with a times nine of 200, Allen will still not win. So, I think he really did not have to just score 11 to take out that spot. Column seems like it was perfect at that point.
Exactly. So we see Alan going for Vivo for 20 points, and it's back to Victor with Mole, I believe. Okay, so he did pick the last F in the bag, and he's going for FON. This scores 14 points. Okay, back to Alan. We see PNST, and he played Pists. And immediately we see Victor playing Mo.
It's funny because he has just 1 second left on his clock.
Yeah, I see that.
I think if the time is spent on figuring out a way to take out the grid setup, which was not necessary, but wonderful play from Droxia to Bays. Yes, this was an interesting game to watch. Although it looked like it was one-sided.
I mean, we saw Droxia come down from Victor, we saw Ensued, and he played beautifully well as well. I could also say Alan played well, but this was not just his game.
Yeah, I think he was really struggling to get his head back in the game, but Scrabble does wonderful things at times.
Exactly. So that is another win for the Nigerian. This has been a beautiful game from the beginning to the end. So stay tuned while we bring the next round. I believe that should be round 10. All right, see you soon. Okay, welcome back, guys. This is round 10 of the WESPAC main event happening here live in Ghana. Okay, welcome back, guys. We're back to round 10 of the main event. Here we have George Ezinore and Embrima Yas. I want to believe that's the correct pronunciation. Judge from Nigeria and Ebrima from Gambia. Now, I think Judge started with Lom Heluhem, and there was a miss. He was supposed to play Relatum, a bingo of Relatum. So he played Eluhem instead. And immediately we see Ebrima play Bravi for 24 points. And now we are seeing the first bingo from Judge with taxes. With taxes has been committed for 89 points. Now it's back to Abrima. Okay, so I see Abrima going for Trunk, and Trunk has been committed for 25 points. Now it's back to Judge. Okay, he has a rack of P, T, high, Y, and F, L. Okay, what do you think he should play here? I'm going. Okay, I see him going for flip. Sorry. All right, so flip has been committed for 30 points, I believe. Now it's back to Ibrima with a rack of EAMOAAI. Now, George played beautifully well yesterday. We saw some of his, we're able to stream some of his game live, and he's been on fire. So,
Alright, for those who are watching, flip pre-taxes is not valid. So that was a phony, and sadly, it wasn't challenged. So for those of you at home, pre-taxes not valid.
oh wow, I didn't even see the pre-taxes. Wow. So that is the first funny of the game. And I think it's very interesting. I think yesterday on the live stream, we also saw a phony from George. He played a Wigger, WIGG, and he's been quite lucky because most of his opponents tend not to challenge this phony. So we see pre-taxes come down here and it's in fact not valid. Okay, Hammer was played by Bremer for 28 points. Now with the back of TYNAHCG, Judge might be running into a bit of trouble here. What do you think you should do, Coin?
It looks like he has a bingo to the eye, Yatin for 69 points. But if he doesn't see that, he has 40 points up for grabs. Chanti, right under the F of flip, Chanti scores 40 points. So, yes, I think he has a couple of points to grab.
Oh wow, I didn't even notice that. With the hand G on his rack, I think playing Yachin with the high that is floating for grabbing would absolutely be a good find. I mean, it scores about 69 points. So let's see if George would be able to spot that. Other than that, like you said, I think we have Chansey. All right, Chansey can play just below flip with the Y hooking the F for 40 points. You might be saying something a little different here. Okay, I believe this is Rangy. All right, Rangy has been committed for 18 points. So he did miss a bingo of Yachin and Chansey. So now he opted for Ranji for 16 points. Now, Abraham has a rack of EADSA. Hey,
Looks like it's raining vowels over here for him. D and S being the only consonants he has. Although I really don't think he's in so much trouble. Doing something as simple as AIA or just AA is fine, and it looks like that's exactly what he did. AA for 11 points.
okay. I think is it commits. All right, committed. And immediately we see George playing Gotch really fast.
Got 25 points, keeping the eye. Amazing eyesight. Although the miss of yachting is very sad to see, especially because when you have the NG or ING on your rack, that's the first thing that comes to your mind. So maybe he wasn't even thinking to play to that, having Y, having C, having H. You would not think that those styles would complement each other to
Exactly.
give you a bingo.
Exactly. So I see Abraham coming in clutch with the A hook of Gotch playing Gotcha and is playing to the triple lane. In fact, and is this a bingo? I'm saying, oh my god, Abraham is coming through with the second bingo of this game. The first, the second, yeah. I think Judge played the first bingo of the taxes. Now we see Anisid coming down for Abraham for 86 points. Wow. Judge might not really be happy about that.
I guess he couldn't have to worry much as he's coming down with his own bingo, double like 94 points.
Oh, interesting. Now it is raining bingo.
Dove like 94 points. He didn't waste any time playing that. Very fast, very speedy, amazing.
Truly amazing. Now he's back to Abraham. He's yet to pick up his racks. And what do you think about this game so far?
Amazing, like I said, other than the phony of pre-taxes, I think these players have been played optimally. So yes, it's such an amazing game. Current scores: Judge 280 to Abramas 177. Still anyone's game, as we still have both blank on scene.
True. Okay, we're just saying we're yet to see every man's full house. All right, so he picked ILOCRTI. A couple of options here, and I think I do in fact see a very obscure bingo if he's able to spot it through the age of gotcha. He can play
Trochili, or is it pronounced Trochili? Trochili. No idea how it's pronounced, but yes.
it
T
is a
R O
bingo
C H I L I. 88
for
points.
88 points. And I think he has other options, in fact. Through the C, you could play clitoric for 64 points and nitrolic, but we might be seeing a miss here from Abrima because he's in fact going for toric. Toric scores, I think Toric scores about way less, considering it's not a bingo, it scores about 25 points thereabouts. And wow, what do you think about that miss?
Like I said, sometimes when you have two eyes, repeating tiles, the C, you would usually players would think of words ending in IC, but maybe since he must have checked and he didn't see a seven, he just decides to play some a fair letter word. Also taking out the spots and the triple letters spots over the E. Your opponent's coming down with Z, the double word score would be very very drastic.
All right, I honestly believe he really take part. Now it's back to EY, 20 points, leaving EENT. You see a better 32.
But it leaves ENNTU. I think that's a better leave, leaving two vowels on your rack as opposed to leaving just one, which is the E if it does UEY. Playing to the U, but then that's very dangerous as it's exposing the triple word score.
Okay, guys, I think we did see a challenge here from Abrima's. George played on 10T, I believe, and there was a challenge. So that's an additional 5 points. Okay, so I see the first bingo, the first blank of the game on.
Looking at the dynamics of the game, 280 to 202 is not that far apart. Their scores are not that far apart. And okay, Ebema just played HI 32 points, right above Dog Like, and George has the first blank on his rack already, alongside EEFWN. For new or for went, 78 points. I think that's what we're saying. Come down. Amazing find from George. Like I said, such a brilliant player. Um, I really admire, his word power and his ability to cite. He has been playing so well in this game. So for Wentz, 78 points comes down.
I'm particularly impressed with the speed. I mean, we said this yesterday, and indeed is doing that again on stream. So, good one by George. Now it's back to Ebrima with a rack of AULEROZ.
I think it was score pretty well with the Z. Or is that the challenge? Oh, beautiful
Okay, so
challenge.
we're getting the second challenge of the game, and fortunately, both are correct in
Yes.
favor of George.
For went additional 5 points for him. Um, does this sound strange to you for went?
I mean, I know for goal,
Exactly.
so I might want to challenge, considering I've never heard that word in a sentence or like, so for a bit obscure. So I might challenge just like Ebrima did.
All right then. 83 points. Initially 78 plus the additional 5 points for challenge is 3 points.
Okay, so we are saying Zoa come down for Ebrima, cashing in a score as much as he can. So Zoa come down for 48 points, although he could have played Azo for 50 points.
But the J is still in the bag, and the opponent's coming with Taj, JAW.
That is
Very
very
dangerous.
observant and something to really consider as well. So now it's back to George with WIDOCEO. Okay, I'm seeing Woodia.
30 points.
All right. I think this is blocking the board. Although there is a hook for Toric. Toric does take S. So if Ebrima picks the second blank,
Which he has.
all right, we might see a comeback from Ebrima.
Looking at his correct rack, I think if he does something like JEU, keeping LIR blank, I think he still has a chance to come back in this game.
Definitely.
Although, looking at George's rack,
I think I see Teddiest.
yes,
Oh, wow. This is getting really interesting.
and it's becoming one-sided. It's tilting towards
Judge.
George's side. Yes.
And considering even though Ebrima has the blank, he doesn't have any bingo he could play of his own. So let's see what happens here. Would Ebrima want to block that spot? I mean, he played that. So do you think it was a setup for him to come back into the game?
Probably when you're down, you want to create as many opportunities for yourself to come back into the game.
Definitely. So it's a tight one for Ebrima, and curious to see what he plays. Wow, I think I didn't see Ebrima's tiles correctly. He does have URLIOS blank, and I think that's liquors coin.
Liquor, yes.
Wow, he could play liquors. So I wonder what the hold up is about, because I do see liquors now that I see his tiles correctly, and we might be saying that.
I think Liquor scores 79 and he has, other options.
No way, I think he just missed. Okay, it was Judge's turn to play, I believe. Or what just happened right now?
Eon, Jeon, was played by Ebrima, and then George missed his chance to seal the game and played sighted instead when he could have played his bingo of 30
10
years.
years. Wow, this is getting very interesting. Okay, so I believe with that move made by George, he's been able to close up the board, except the J floats, if he's able to see a bingo through that J. Other than that, there's really little to no chances of bingoing on
Yeah,
this
the
board.
board looks pretty conditioned at this
Yeah.
moment. All right, if you're just joining us, round 10, this is the World English Scrabble Players Association Championship happening live here in Accra, Ghana. It has been 10 rounds of amazing Scrabble by top players. Leave a like on the page, drop a comment in the chat box, and yes,
And family as well.
yes, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, so I see Ibrahima playing law, I believe.
Yes, although he had soiler, you know, placing it right next to the um, word Georgios played now cited STOAID Soilers for 69 points, but it doesn't see that and it goes for LOUR instead.
I mean, looking at the board, you might see that it's so conditioned that you can't even play any bingo, and that is quite obscure from this board, But I believe if he's able to analyze this game after this, it would be very painful and devastating for him to see that he missed the chance of at least coming back into this game. So he went for law instead for 26 points. Wow. So immediately George played DEG for 26. Sorry, Law was 16 points. Okay. I think we'll be seeing the end of this game with I believe that's Ais from Ebrema.
All right, 478, 331. Uh, let's take a quick analysis of the game. We saw pre-taxes come down as a second move, in as much as
So funny.
yes, re-taxes is very valid, but pre-taxes,
Pre-taxes.
yes, in as much as the first move for George was a bingo, Benito, I think he did see that he opted for LU instead, and then we saw Bravi, we saw Retaxes and Trank flip for me Retaxes, which is a funny came down, and there was a
Also, I would say, despite George missing relative, he's been able to come back very well from this game. I mean, we saw Doug like come down very fast, as well as with taxes and also forwards. I think forwards was particularly very impressive for
yes,
me.
yes,
And
yes.
then we had a couple of challenges from Ebrima, even though they were both correct. Ebrima missed the chance of challenging pre-taxes, which could have maybe, just maybe, changed the dynamics of the game. So, and we saw some miss from Ebrima. It could have played, I believe, Clitoric, and also to game he missed another goal in Soilo, and then he went for Law instead. And I believe those um might have created a chance for him to know his players.
Yes, really impressive player, I must say. All right, this was round 10. We'll be back with round 11 very soon. Apologies for the technical issues that we may be having. Our technical team, they're on it and they'll get back very soon. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. World English Scrabble Players Association Championship Ghana 2025. This is round 11, and on stream now we have Oluwatimileyin Doko facing off against Oko Saga Samson. Two wonderful players, and I'm so excited and pumped to see how this round turns out. Piper, what do you think?
Of course, you can tell from the voice that we are indeed very excited for this one. We have Timilei Doko on stream, and as we all know, Timilei is the current African champion and is rated 59th in the world. Over here is Samson, who is no ordinary Scrabble player as well. He's a legend in the Scrabble field and is the 64th is rated 64th in the world. Currently, they are both on 7 wins, and Doko has 3 losses. He lost to Cohen Lowry and Bernard and Abrima. I think we just saw Abrima on our last stream from Gambia. And from Samson, who is also on 7 wins, he lost to I think he lost to Sam from England and Jimo Abdulmumin and Ayedu John, who we all know as John Stone. Okay, now moving quickly to the game, we can see FAUV come down from Doko pretty quickly, and then we saw a response of Queen. Okay, he's yet to make a move, but I believe Queen should be coming through. Probably is an option, but considering what is having, I believe he also has a blank, so you might want to dispose the Q quickly, and we might be seeing Queen, just like I said, coming down for 16 points. So how do you feel about this one, Queen?
Amazing. Samson, a legend. Timi Doko, an amazing player, brilliant player. Like you said, he's a current African champion. So I'm really expecting to see explosive play on this round.
Absolutely. So I really look forward to this one. So back to Doko, he has a rack of AEEIOTV. Okay, I think an option here, he could play through the V of 4, he could play votive. So we might be saying something different here. I think he's opting to go for 4v8. Now I believe that should take S. So V should probably take S. Do you think it might be considering that?
No, probably he's going to do something shorter, maybe 4v. Yeah.
Okay, I think we are getting 4v instead.
Yeah, it does that for 22.
That is pretty safe because 4v doesn't take S, but it does take D, which is something I'm very sure he's aware of. Now it's back to Samson with a rack of DMBEOD blank. Okay, I think we should be seeing a bingo here from Samson. I think I see embodied through the E of 5 coming down to the triple lane. Other options might be to play embodied through the E of Queen, but I think playing embodied from the E of 4 is the best option. What do you think about that?
I think so too. And considering the caliber of player that Samson is, I think he would spot embodied.
Absolutely, no doubt about that.
Actually, their head-to-head record is 1-0 in Doko's favor. So I want to see if this would even out the scores, or if Doko would be ahead and make it 2-0. But looks like he's doing the mob
exactly.
instead.
I see that instead. I think the mob is not a bad option, but then it does score less, and embodied would definitely be the top choice here for 95 points. So what do you think? Do you think it did not see embodied, or he just doesn't want to play that?
No, I think he did not spot it. Of course, he would obviously play it if he had spotted it. Yes, so demobbed is what he does, and I think it might be on hold.
Okay, I think we are getting a challenge. I see them taking their racks off the tails of their rack. Okay, a challenge it is. The mob
On the blank designator, I can see the letter T circled, but I don't know if it's it's a mistake, but let's check what the
Okay,
type
let's
is.
see what.
Oh yes, demobbed. Okay, yes, very valid. So extra 5 points for Samson.
Interesting. We're getting a challenge very early in this game. And back to back to Timmy, I guess.
Looks like he has two E's, two I's, two T's, and the letter X. I don't think it's a serious situation. Doing
I
something as simple as exit for 40 points would, leave him with TIE, which seems like a very balanced track.
exactly that's what I thought as well. So I think this is pretty obvious. In playing exits, let go of one of the E's, the I's, and the T. So that is a top choice. That would be a top choice for Doko.
All right.
Okay,
Yes, the T was has been erased the on the blank designator. Okay. Um,
I do see him arranging exits, so we might be seeing that come down from Doko.
exit actually fits in two spots on this board. Playing right next to the mobbed or playing in between phobia and queen, but that one scores less. Scores 3 points less. Scores 37.
Okay, I think playing just right beside them, the mobbed, which is what we are seeing him do here, is the top choice because it scores 40 points.
Okay, if you're just joining us, this is round 11 from the World English Scrabble Players Association Championship, and we have Timidoko and Okosaga Samson on stream right now.
Okay, so I think we are not seeing the tiles clearly, but I believe he has PYR. This should be LISE. Would have to confirm.
All right, that has been fixed. PYRLYES. So, what do you think you'll be looking to do?
Okay, I think he could play Avery. I think I see Avery for 31 points. Through that same spot, exits could fit in. That's in between Fovey and Queen. So he could put his E there and come down and play Avery rather, not Avery. Avery for 31 points. Also, there's an obscure one. This is going to be a very exciting one if you can find it. Now, in between Fovey and Queen, oh wow, he did find it. Koyi, I'm very, very excited about this game because they are making top choices and I don't expect anything less actually. And this is the top move, April for 42 points, leading LSY. What do you think about this one?
Like I said, both players are amazing players. Expect beautiful and wonderful plays.
Wow, that was a very obscure spot, and he was able to find it, cashing in 42 points. Now it's back to Doko with EIISTUR. Okay, this looked very synergic, but I'm not seeing any seven off of his rack.
Maybe you should consider doing something as simple as just Dewey for 5 points. And some players might opt to exchange the I and U and keep EIRST. I think those styles are very synergic and they go really well.
Definitely, but I think it's opting for TU high instead. And that has been committed for 12 points. Now it's back to Sammy with a rack of SKEUNLY. All right, what do you think he should do here? Fine.
55 points if he plays and sky for 55 points right underneath Tui. Looks like he's looking to do Linky as well. Linky scores pretty high as well. Linky scores 40 points.
Okay, I think he's trying to save his youth, his S for a better option, probably a bingo if things go well. Now it's back to Doko with a rack of EHIRLSW. Now interestingly, I think I see okay, it did look like I saw a bingo, but I'm not sure I see any seven. But I think he could score pretty well on this round as well if he's willing to hook his S to Linky for Slinky and play something like Wish through that newly opened lane. What do you think about that move, Coin?
Yes, a lot of people would not know that Linky takes a front hook letter S Slinky, and I could do that like and play Wish just like we're seeing him do right now.
Yeah,
Wish
definitely.
55 points.
Players of this caliber, I think they have done their due diligence and spotting Slinky pretty fast is expected, to be honest. And he has played that for 55 points. Amazing, amazing,
You
amazing.
know, one would expect that these players know the front and back hooks of certain words because they've read wide, they've read extensively, and they have amazing word knowledge. I mean, for someone who is an African champion,
Exactly.
the title is not an ordinary feat. So
Definitely
yes,
not.
it's not a fluke. He's a brilliant player, like we said.
Yeah, definitely. I see Samson going for OW, hooking the BE and EX from a mob. So scoring 28 points. Now it's back to Doko with a rack of ENNORRT.
Yeah, still no bingos for him.
Mm-hmm. A couple of turns I've been seeing his styles have been looking like, oh, it's about to be shaped to a bingo, it's about to be shaped, but he's been able to maneuver his way, still scoring pretty well, and I really look forward to what he's going to play. What are his options for this turn?
If he's looking to dispose a lot of tiles and go into the bag for more tiles, he could play Torrent. Torrent scores 24 points. That's to the T from exit. Or it could
Interesting.
do something as simple as NO right next to exits forming DIN and TO for just 12, keeping ENRRT. I don't know if you would want to retain two R's, but I think Torrent should be the most scores pretty well. 24 points
Mm-hmm. And it
is
does give him a chance to pick more. I mean, there's still two blanks. I mean, one blank on scene, and he could pick pretty well for his next turn. I think Torrent here is a standard option, and we see that from Doko. I'm back to Samson with ENULFOS. Wow.
looks like he has a bingo. Cell phone, 66 points.
This is very interesting. So phone plays to the D of the mobbed. It does open the triple, which might be a bit of a concern for Samson, but I see he's going for it nevertheless. What do you think about this move?
I really don't think there's any need to delay the bingo if, yeah, like I said, amazing player, amazing word power. So yes, I think we would go for that, especially because you have to the S being the second letter for you to play a triple triple. The odds are not impossible, but then again, quite difficult. The odds are really not that much. So yes, I think taking his bingo of 66 points is what he should do.
Very solid, very solid. So I see that has been committed by Samson. And here again, I see Doko with a rack of DG high end SU. It looks like he might be having a bingo, but I don't see any seven. But it does play to a blank of P for Dolphins and T for Dianthus, which unfortunately I don't see that on this board. because the T is not in the position
Yeah,
to play
actually, the
dianthus.
straight seven would be odding, on his rack, but on
Yeah,
this board, it's not going to land. What it could do is just play the six-letter odding to the S of cell phone for 30 points,
I think
or
it could also play dingus at that same spot for same points as audience for 30 points, leaving AS. So we might be seeing one of that two coming down from Doku. I believe this must be particularly painful for Doku because he could easily bingo with this. I mean, considering he doesn't have the spots to play on this board, but if he had the right float, he would have played, and it would have been very beautiful to see. I mean, it would push his lead further, but let's see how it goes after.
yes, all right. Please don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment in the chat box. Any questions that you may have, anything you would like us to talk about, just let us know in the chat box.
Absolutely. All right, we see Doko taking his time on this one. Currently, Doko has a score of 186 to Samson's 266.
I mean, the spread isn't that much, it's still anyone's game at this point, and the other blank is still unseen. There's still the Z to come, and yes, it can still tilt any way.
Definitely, definitely.
Looks like Doko is thinking hard on this move.
He
Looks like he might want to go for Dingus.
leaving AS.
I think the board is pretty open.
Yeah, definitely. We have
Yes.
a lot of flow to play to, and we might be seeing more bingos come through.
Yes, Dingus 30.
All right, and that has been committed by Doko. Back to something with a rack of JDEESIJ. Now, what are his options here? Coin.
Looking at the condition of the board, if he decides to do something like Jeed, JEED, I don't think that's a bad option right underneath Dingus.
Okay.
Or something like Gidji to the E of Torrents, that scores 30 as well. But if he's looking to still hold on to the J, he has 31 points up for grabs. Wexe Dig, playing Eagle, scores 31 points and he still gets to hold on to the J.
Okay.
In situations like this, would you rather hold on to the J and take some points, or you just play out the J?
I think at this point I might just play out the J. I know I would be trying to increase my lead and then leave tiles that are more flexible for me that I could probably bingo with in the next turn. I think playing Kichi for about 30 points thereabouts might be an option I would consider. Leaving ES.
I wonder what is considering, what is thinking about.
Yeah, I wonder so too. Okay, and I see Doko's rack, we might have a bingo finally or striker. So depending on what Samson plays, we'll see if that would come true. Interestingly, is opting for Seagull. Seagull. I think that scores about 35 points. What do you think about that?
Yes, like I said, some players, once they found an opportunity to score, I mean, with the J, he would be scoring about 30 points, and he has found an opportunity to score the same 30 plus points. So it would not want that to pass, and it would take the 30 points, still keep the J, and look for maybe another point with the J later on.
All right. Okay, back to Doko.
Hold on, I think we just missed something. All right, it may seem as though we missed something. We said it could play Gigi to the E of Torrens. What we missed is the fact that Gigi's is on his rack, as in as a seven
Oh
letter
wow.
word, but it would not be landing on this board.
Wow, that must be why he was taking his time.
That yes, yes, yes. That should be the reason why it was taking his time. Wow, how did we
Interesting.
miss that?
I'm quite surprised as well. All right, since it's back to Doko, I see Doko has Ostraka a straight seven as well, but looking at this board, he can't play that, but he could play to the M, that is Makatos. And just like the situation we had with Sulfon, where it opens a triple triple, we're going to be saying the same situation if he does play Makatos for 64 points.
Would you expect him to spot it?
I mean, like I said before, a player of this caliber, I would expect to spot it. They might just take maybe a little bit of time if he's looking towards that lane. I mean, the most obvious floats.
Oh my
Just
goodness.
like I said,
Oh my
I
goodness.
don't expect anything less.
Hold on. If we're going to be seeing Makatos come down, it means we're going to be seeing Jedi come down right above Makatos.
Oh my God, this.
Is that what we're going to see?
Wait, given that he has a rack of GID DGs, which I believe. Okay, he played Sego the other time, so he has a rack of JDIIOP. So I don't think we would be saying a bingo, but we might be saying
Jedi, like
Jedi
that's a crazy
for
comeback.
88
88
points. That
points.
is most likely, that's
My
already a
goodness.
bingo. Oh my God, this is crazy.
What are the odds?
I mean, I don't expect anything less. I was very excited for this game, so I knew I was going to say something that would blow my mind.
This is I'm still so surprised. Jedi, 88 points.
88
And it
points.
fits perfectly.
It does. I mean, keeping in that J from that last round was obviously a very good choice made by Samson.
Wow. Wow. Impressive. He hasn't done it yet. Obviously, he's going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even a
I can see
question.
it set up
Yes, I
already on
think
his rack.
he's just trying to play, some mind game, trying to, look very,
Hmm. He's
yes,
going for it.
Jedi.
Wow.
My goodness.
Oh wow.
88 points.
That is massive. 88 points. Oh my God. And that has been committed. That must really be a huge blow on Doko's face. I
Yes, I
mean,
mean, imagine
considering
playing a bingo to, get
exactly.
closer to your opponent, and boom, it replies 88 points bingo. 88 points for
I
letter
mean,
word.
you can as well call that a bingo.
Wow,
Wow.
wow, wow.
All right. So now it's back to Doko. I think he's picked the Z. Maybe he's going to be able to do some damage with that. He has the ZOIHAAA. So what do you think he could do here?
Looking at the condition of the board, it could do Zoa right above Torrent for 41 points. Zoa or Azo.
Okay.
But hey, looks like the second black has found its way to
Oh my
Samson's rank.
god. Oh my
Wow.
god. So is it safe to say this game is leaning towards Samson?
It may seem as though that is the situation.
Oh wow. So I see Doko is already arranging Azo, and we might be seeing Azo come down for 41 points by Doko.
Looks like that's what he's going to do. Azo, 41 points. All right. It looks like there's a bit of an issue with the picture.
We apologize about
I
that.
apologize.
It will be sorted quickly.
All right, BIOGRP blank. Um, so the board is not up yet. We sincerely apologize for that technical issues, but our team is on it, and yes, the board will be up very, very soon.
Okay, while our teams are working on it, based on what Samson is having, I think I see BIOGRP blank. So it might choose to play Bice, B high to the ZE, just atop Azo, played by Doku, and that would score him about 30 points and leaving GOPR blank. At the same spot, he could play pies instead. So I think he's making a move towards that spot. I'm sorry about the issue we're having right now, but I think he's making the move of. I see high G how blank. So he might be making a move of Bop instead. This is right beside Sulphon for 23 points, leaving. So while it's been sorted, I would like to say how interesting and impressive this game has been.
Mind blowing, if you ask me.
Exactly, mind blowing is the word. We've seen the mobbed come down, we've seen Makatos, and the most impressive one I see that is not a bingo, but then came through very hard is Jedi from Samson scoring a whooping 88 points. And then also I saw Wish is not a bingo as well, but he was able to add the S hook to link it to form Slinky, and Wish came through for about 55 points. Overall, I think it's been an amazing gained from both players, and I'm very, very excited to see how this goes. I think currently they are on 3-2-1 for Doko and 3-9-2 for Samson. So I believe Samson made a move of Bob because I see I blank Jihar. Now it's back to Doko with a rack of Hey Hi Helhem, and I believe he made a move of MACH match. Once again, I'd like to apologize for the screen. We are currently working on it and it will be sorted very soon. Okay, now it's back to Samson with a rack of high G R T I A blank. What are his options here, Coin? Do you see a possible bingo?
On the rack, I think there's a 7. Is there a 7 on the rack though? I really can't see anything at the moment.
Okay, I don't see one either, but I think, oh my God, I think I do see one. I think I see rating, RAITING, but I don't see where that would come through on this rack. But looking at, it might be able to play eight letter bingo through the L of cell phone. That will be ringtail. So if he's able to spot that, he would be able to play that for 68 points. And best believe, I think at that point, I might say this game might be officially
Over.
Samsung's game.
Yes.
So currently the scores are 371-415. Quite interesting that they are still, I mean, a little bit close, but a bingo from any one of them would definitely push the lead forward. So let's see if Samson is able to spot his move of ringtail for that. All right, I see he's taking his time here. What do you think is going on in his mind, Corey?
He must be thinking hard on the condition of the board and to see if there is a possible bingo, to any of the floats. And it looks like he has spotted no. All right, trailing 59 points.
Oh wow, I didn't even see training. I'm very very impressed on how versatile and fast these players can be in spotting their bingos. I mean, trailing is also a very solid option. I think it scores him about 59 points, but playing ringtail would score significantly more. Still impressive from Samson. Now it's back to Doko with a rank of AEIILRT. Now, looking at his options, I see no bingo, but he could play trilobe through the OBE from Sulfon, and he could play that for through the OB from Sulfon. He could play that for 36 points, leaving AI. What are his other options? What could he play aside that?
36 points is quite a lot. I see 26 points raise, um, playing to the ZE, the Z from Azure and the E from Torrent. Raise scores 26 points.
Okay, so I'm pretty curious to see what Doko play on this then. Let's see.
And it looks like Doko has spotted Triloop, 36 points, leaving AI. So it will be able to. All right. ALN, I think it would be able to finish with land. But okay, let's just take a. Oh, looks like it's not doing last. Looks like it's taking score instead.
Okay, leaving L.
26, yes.
Leaving N. You might as well do that. I mean,
Yeah. Doko would finish on his turn. AI right underneath Slinky scores 12. And that is that. That should bring us to the end of this game.
wow.
Let's just take a moment to, look at the way the game turned out. From the beginning, Doko started the game with Fove, and then we saw Queen, but then Embodied was not played. We saw Demobbed instead, and then there was a challenge,
Yeah.
exits for 40 points, and Samson spotted Apari right in between Fovia and Queen. Beautiful eyesight,
Very
you know,
beautiful.
Linky, and then we saw the hook Slinky get
Yeah.
played
From
55
Wish.
points,
Yeah, by
Bingo of
Doko.
Sophone for 66 points, and Sego, he decided to play Sego, keeping his J, scored 35 with Sego and kept his J. Then we saw Makatus come down, and immediately, I think this is the highlight of this game,
Exactly. Jedi was the move.
Jedi, 88 points, and that's even more than all the bingos played. The mob was 68, Sulfur was 66, Makato 64. The four letter Jedi 88 points. And
Really
yes,
did damage, to
and
be
then again,
honest.
training was played for 59. And yes, that gave Sammy the win. Final scores Doko 421,
So
Samson's 500.
wow, what a game it has been. I'm sure our viewers really enjoyed this one because I can't lie, we did.
We did.
It's been very exciting from the beginning to the end. And I've learned a lot actually. I've learned strategy, not just words. Something being able to keep that J at
J,
that point.
yes.
Personally I would have played Gidges and just call it a day, but he played Sego instead, keeping his J, and that J was able to do damage at the right time. So it's been a brilliant game all through and through, and I'm very excited to watch this one. I'm even more excited for more games that is to come. So this was a win for Samson, and so it's very interesting, like I said before.
Yes, congratulations to Samson for winning this particular game. Big ups to Doko. He played very optimally, but Scrabble happens.
Exactly.
Scrabble happens.
So
Anyways,
this was Samson's game, and congratulations to him once again. So stay tuned while we bring you the next round, and see you soon. Hello and welcome back to round 12 of the WESPAC Play Live in Accra, Ghana. So here we are. I think this is the Sika Gold event. This is not the main event. So we are streaming the Sika event right now. So we have Omije, I believe, and Serial on stream right now. So okay, I believe the game started with Vorant for 26 points by Serial, and we got Vibed for 22 points from Omije, and then Serial played Dark for 25 points. And right now we are seeing Fab come through from Omije for 15 points. Now it's back to Serial with a rack of Quen, QU, he, her, hen, PL. Okay, a couple of options will be to play King, which he has done already. King goes for 24 points, leaving ELPRU. Alright, we're back to OBJ. He has pretty synergic tiles. This looks bingo body, and we might be saying one. So through the T of Vorant, he could play Retinoid from his rack for 63 points. So if he's able to spot that, we are going to see the first bingo of the game. Now, the Sika Gold is a side event from WESPAC, and we've been streaming the main events. Now, this is a deviation to see other categories, and we have amazing players in these categories as well. So we are streaming the round 12, and I believe this is the players we have here are both Nigerian, and they are on it. Now, what do you think about this game so far?
I think the game would be very wonderful. Serial is such a brilliant player, an amazing one. He placed first position at the President's Cup 2.0, the initial stage. And same thing with Omidio Sagede, wonderful player. Their head-to-head currently is 2-0 in Serial's favor. So I'm really excited to see how this one pans out.
Nice, nice, wonderful players. Like I said earlier, we have in different categories of this World Championship. Now, I believe he missed that bingo of retinoid and he played DIB instead. Wow! So we've seen the first miss of the game. I believe it's Serial Stone with a rack of PUILLER. Now this looks quite interesting, but he does not have any playable bingos. But he could play Leap just right beside DAK for 21 points, although he's exposing the triple lane right below. What do you think about that move?
Yes, I think Leap is quite fine, keeping RULE, and he could opt for something different, maybe LI, but that scores just 12 points.
Okay, we might be getting something entirely different. I think I see him go for NILE. Okay, he's taking that back. Okay, are we seeing Polar here?
Looks like it's polar.
Okay, I'm not really sure what the thought process behind that move might be. Probably wanting to play more to pick more, but Pula has been committed for 15 points. Now I see Joiner High, J-O High Ner High on Omide's rack. And even though I don't see where Joiner exactly could fit on this board, he could play Joe for 20, or it could play Koji. Koji does expose the triple lanes, it gives a lot um, back to his opponent. So I think he's playing safe. He might give a lot, depending on what the opponent plays. So I think he's playing safe and going for Joe 20 points, leaving EIINR. Now it's back to Cyril with GRGVMIA. Now a bit of concretals with just two vowels.
And he played VAG.
Okay, so VAG might not be exactly my option here, but playing something like MIGG isn't such a bad idea, but VAG does close the upper portion of this board, so that might be his process towards that move. Now it's back to Omije with Tinia. I think Tinia does play on its own, okay, but then it's not playable on this board. So that must be quite something for Omije. So it can play maybe king by adding the N through the E of vibed to form king and Ned for 16 points, leaving EIINRT. What do you think about that move going?
I think that's fine, but I think it would want to drop IN, considering they are the double duplicate tiles that he has. So we want to drop one I and one N.
Yeah, that's pretty solid for him to want to do that. So immediately we see Miz MIZ coming down from 0 for 46 points. Now it's back to Omije with EINCERU.
Yes, I think we should be seeing at least one bingo come down. Uterine, retinue,
Retinue. Exactly.
neurite.
I think retinue and uterine should be able to fit on this board. Yeah, we should be able to see either one of those two. Uterine can fit right above pain with the N, with the U hooking the N, but as we all know, that exposes the triple lane ball. It does cost 70 points, but he could decide to play it just below pain for um 68 points, 2 points less. Also, he could play retinue with the T hooking the pain, and I think that is what we are seeing here. So he's deciding to go for retinue vertically for 68 points. Now, would you play that going?
I think retinue over there is better because the threat is not as much as putting the E on the triple lane. That's a very versatile E. So
And Syria might be running into a bit of consonant issue. Is having all consonants, and I think we would be either getting an exchange, or it could play through the R of retinue. It could play Grill, GRRRL for 21 points, but I think we got an exchange instead. He probably didn't say that. Okay, an exchange it says. Now it's back to Omije with HIGPERS. Okay, with this rack, what are his options going?
I mean, it could do peg. Peg scores 32, or pair, KIPZE.
KIPZE.
Although it could do serif, through the R of retinue for 42. That's if he's willing to, let go of his S. But yeah, I think peg or pair is fine.
Yeah, I think for this turn, Serif might be a top choice. You could also play with Sheep if he's willing to let go of his S for 36 points, leaving GR. Now, from my tiles, I might want to probably keep my S and then maybe play peg or pair, PH. So either leaving GIRS or HIRS. So now let's see what he plays.
All right, for those of you just joining us, this is round 12. WESPAC happening live in Accra, Ghana. This is not the main event. This is the Sika or Gold event. And on stream we have Umiji Osagide. Is a player from Nigeria, and he placed third at the 15th Africa Scrabble Championship, the challenger category. He was he placed third, and yes, amazing player. We also have Cyril who may be on stream.
Okay, I think
There was a silly,
he had a little bit
mistake.
of oversight there. He decided
Yes,
to go for
pig
PIG, and as we all know, ZI
is
is
very
invalid.
invalid.
Wow,
Yes,
that must be very painful for him. So he did play that, and unfortunately, they didn't even have to go to the
yes,
to
yes.
check. He knows that was wrong. So now, back to Cyril with the rack of UNTTEY. I believe there should be one more. Okay, I think it's on the board already. HU. Okay, from this rack, it could play HYTE. That's caused a lot, but it's kind of obscure. And I think his motive right now would be to
Take out that R. It has been there for too long.
exactly. So I think he wants to play something
Different.
Yeah, I think he went for HERY. HERY. Okay, I've been committed by him for 30 points instead.
And
Now,
now Omide gets the chance he missed the other time to actually play. I wonder if this would affect the game on the long run. He
I
plays
mean,
peg for 32 points.
it definitely might because I mean that turn he lost wasn't really necessary for being honest because he could have played the same exact word there and then right now he would have been leading comfortably. Maybe not comfortably, but at least with about 30 points more or 40 points. So that must have really set him off a bit. So I thought we were getting a bingo there, but I see Gauntly coming through from Serial. Okay. All right. So Gauntly committed for 36 points, leaving T. Now it's back to Omije with SAGRSI. Okay, what are your options here? What would you play here for?
Considering that he has two S's, he could do Psi for 25 or something different like garish, forming UGEA, garish for 25, keeping just one of the S's.
Yeah, I think both sides scores the same, and then he might easily spot Psy for 25, leaving ARS. So let's see what it comes up with. But if he does decide to leave both S's, he could play Hajj through the day of Joe. Hajj scores just 1 point more for 26, leaving GIRSS.
I think that's fine, leaving the an R on his rack and one S because of we still have I think about 5 to 6 E's in the bag. So if he's lucky enough to get one alongside the right tiles, it could shape up and become a bingo.
Definitely. So I think he's going for inch there.
And he leaves ARS on his rack.
Okay, playing signs would score more. I mean, with the same
Set of
set
tiles.
of tiles,
Yes.
but he did go for inks for 18 points. Now I think we are getting. Oh my god, this we might be getting a bingo here from the S that is just played from Omije, but I see that he's taking that back. Okay, he probably wanted to play station, but I believe it has just two T's, not three things. So okay, so it's taking that back and it's going for something different. Okay, I believe it's gone for Tanto instead.
And as you can see, the first blank has found its way to Omije's rack.
Okay,
Do you think you'll be able to do, something with this rack? Do you think you'll be able to get a bingo down?
I mean, we should see from his rack. I think there's a 7 letter of Rosiola. So if he's able to spot that, he could easily hook the S to the tanto that is just being played by Cyril. And other options might be to play through the T of tanto by playing rootages. Both options exposes the triple triple either ways.
Yeah, I think that's the only downside of playing that. The game is quite close. Um, he might not want to risk it because there's still one blank on Steam.
Yeah.
But then it's down by 27. Do you think it is worth risking? I mean, Rosiola scores 70 and Vita just scores 61. So do you think it's worth risking?
Personally, I might go for the risk, but we see. Okay, this is quite interesting. I'm not particularly sure why he played that or the thought process behind that. But then he's leaving AERS blank on his rack, so I'm sure he's sure he would be playing a bingo in the next round. Okay, so we are saying Stro, come down. Interestingly, that setup has been used by Cyril to play Stro for 46. 6 points.
That's a
Now, do you
loss.
think he should have played the Rosiola or the root ages
Now the
in
thing
the
is,
next
he
round?
might not have seen either of the two, but then putting two O's in that juicy spot, especially when a lot of letters could then C and the likes, you can go on and on. I think that might have been a mistake on his part.
Exactly. I honestly thought about it too. It might be a probability that he didn't see both words. But at the same spot, maybe he's not even looking towards that spot because now he has another bingo with a set of rack. He could play Cosage for
I see
78
even
points.
Costa.
Exactly. Even Costa can be played. Even Cosia, Costa can be played. Yes. And then towards the Y of Guntley, he could play Coasley for 76 points. Okay, so I believe I might have made a mistake with his rack. He has Caerse. All right, he has no O on his rack with a blank. At the same spot, though, he could play with space or rescale, making the blank L or P. Other options might be to play maybe hectares if he decides to use the T of Tanto for 67 points. Do you see any other bingo he could play?
Uh, no, not at all. But I think at this point, with the way the game is looking, the only spot where he would have to, look towards is if he's able to list tiles over Gauntly, or if he's playing right underneath
Tanto.
Tantos or to the Y, or if he's playing next to Tantos, but like spots where Bingos would land would be in that direction. So I think that's what
Exactly.
it should be looking.
And I think he's not really looking towards that spot. So let's see if he does find the spot and go for his multiple choice of bingos. So the current score is Sirius 276 to Omide's 214. Now, if he's able to bingo, it would bring him back in this game, and he will be leading with about about 10 points plus thereabouts. Although he does stand with a chance to be hit by a triple, 9 pointer if his opponent can cash in the newly exposed spots. So let's see if he decides to play there. Okay, while we wait for Omide's move, following the Sika Gold side events, I think the top three currently we have Cyril, which we have on our screen right now, and he is currently on 9 wins and just 2 losses. Following closely is Ikolo and Tony, who is also on 9 wins. The difference is the spread. He has a spread of about 5-9, 5-7-9 to Cyril's 5 622. Now, the third position is Bimbo Kusanya with 8 wins and 548 spread. So if Cyril does win this round, you would be on 10 wins and further securing his win. Now, in fourth position, worth mentioning, we have David from Nigeria. In fact, I'd like to say the top seven contestants are from Nigeria. That is very impressive. And then in fifth position, we have Akwaaba Priscilla. And coming in sixth position is Collins Okafor, and seventh position is Oji David. After which we have the Kenyan coming close with the name of Musioka Kevin. So I believe Omije has finally seen that sport, and I believe he's playing with scale for 74 points. Now let's see the blank designated to be sure.
Yes, confirmed rescale, and I think we would be seeing, a challenge here.
Oh wow. I think he's probably unsure of Campos because
Yes, that should be it. All right, and it is green. Rescale Tanto is very valid.
Tanto looks like a word that should take ES instead
yes,
of S. So
can be quite confusing.
so him challenging is not really a new thing. I would probably do the same.
Yes, definitely.
So now it's back to Cyril, I believe. He has a rank of AUREIIL. Okay, I don't see much to do here, but considering they're all 1 pointers, but it could play. Okay, I think it's going for AUREI for 18 points. Not bad, but it could play Hell High EU just beside Stroll for 22 points, leaving AIR. What do you think about that one, Colin?
Yeah, I think it doesn't, have a lot of options, considering the fact that he has, two consonants and a lot of vowels. And it looks like Omidi, on the other hand, is having, a blast. He has the X and he has the second blank on his rack.
Definitely. I must say it's raining blanks for Omije as he has picked the second blank. So this game is very close at this point. It could turn to anybody's win because we can't really say for sure whose win it is. But right now, Cyril is on 294 to Omije's 293. Now I think Omije can score like pretty decent this round, considering he just picked the X. He could play Fox for 34 points. And I think we are saying that leaving AER blank. Now, if I was Serial, considering there's still one more blank, would you probably try to block the only available floater for bingo, which is the REI, or would you hope, in his own point of view, he doesn't know his opponent as the blank. So would you probably still leave that spot and hope to pick the blank, or would you go ahead and take it out?
I really think he doesn't have to hope as he's coming down with a bingo of disclaim.
Oh wow!
Yes, looks like he has a bingo of his own. Disclaim.
This has
coming down
gotten
right now.
very interesting. Now, this claim coming down from Serial has really taken out the chance of Omije bingo in.
And
And
there's
we
going
do
to be
see
a
a
challenge.
challenge.
This claim is very valid actually.
Unfortunately, it is a valid word. So additional 5 points for cereal. Wow,
Yes, and it's green.
it's really going. Seeing the blank tile on Omiji's rack, I would have thought we would be seeing the next bingo from Omiji, but
That's the thing about Scrabble, you never can tell. It's not over until it's over.
exactly, it's not over until it's over. Anything can happen. So now it's back to Omije. We have ERAOWE blank. Now we know more to do with the blank. It could play
Something like wool. Wool scores 38.
I think he could also play if he's willing to use his blank now. I mean, he could play maybe Resil or Resil, but playing Wo actually scores more, and he could keep his blank for later, maybe towards the end game, and see if anything can change.
I really think the game is close to being over right now. I think he has to find a sequence that would be best for him, the perfect sequence for him to finish because Cyril has AEI. I'm not so sure he would be able to finish, although the X right over the triple word score is there. Playing XI, they give him 27 points, and then the scores are currently 363 to 327. So Cyril is leading with about 30 to 36 points. Yes, about 36 points. So Rizzo scores 65 and scores 35 rather, and it will leave him with just A and E, which he would be able to finish with. But then again, would it be enough for him to win?
Hmm. That is something he would have to ponder on. So I think playing Riso would be his top choice, leaving AE, and then if Siri responds with the X, he can drop his eye there and then just play 27 for 27 points, and I think that can guarantee his win for sure in this game.
Yeah, I think if he does Riso scoring 35, I think Cyril would drop his eye to score 27, and the most he would be able to finish with, that's Omije, would be EA for 15. So I think Cyril would win either way.
Yeah, definitely. But we might be seeing something different here. Oh, okay. We do
Looks like he's
see.
doing something entirely different. I mean, Riso scores how many again? 35.
Okay, I think it's going for something else. It's going for wool.
I think he really has to be. Oh wow, it goes for Wu and then Cyril plays ARIE, and I see them standing to go to the computer. Well,
ARIE is a valid word, so that
yes,
would be an additional
5 points for him.
Well, I think he did miss the opportunity to play with so instead. I mean, that would not guarantee his win, but then it will close up the margin at the end of the day.
Well,
So Ari committed with additional 5 marks. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of round 12 Sika Gold category. Wow, what do you think about this game?
I think this game was amazing.
we saw Retinue, we saw Gauntly, which wasn't a bingo, but it was a wonderful play. We saw Rescale and then Disclaim. I think both players played optimally in this game. It was an exciting game to watch. Brilliant play from both of them. And again, the time factor, one player has 25 seconds and the other has 30 minutes.
Do you think that affected his end game sequence?
I think so. When you are on pressure and when you're under pressure and you don't want to drop time, you tend to, not think how you would usually think on a normal day when you have more than enough time. But still, it was a wonderful play from both of them. I really enjoyed this game. Yes.
Yeah, I think we did have some misses in the beginning. He could have played retinoid through the T overruns, but then this claim came in clutch at the end for Cyril, and he was able to bounce back after Omide played the skill. So it's been a beautiful game through and through, and that brings us to the end. Congratulations again to Cyril for winning this one. Um, Stay tuned for the next round. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is the WESPAC Ghana 2025 Sika Gold event, and this is round 13. On stream now, we have Akabwe Priscilla facing off against Oji David. They are both youth players, and so I'm really excited to see how this pans out.
Definitely, I'm very stoked for this one. We have two young Scrabble agents in the making, and I can't wait to see how this turns out. Already, we see Priscilla with the move of theme. Okay, I think she's going for theme instead. The move of HEAME or myth MEATHE for 30 points would have scored higher, but she played theme for 22 points. Now it's back to David.
All right. Let's note that David placed second at the just concluded Lekki Scrabble Classics that happened in September this year. He also won the 2023 Africa Youth Scrabble Championship, the under 19 category. He also placed second at the Scrabble in the Jungle event, which happened in December 2023, as well as the Bubbles Invitational Scrabble Tournament, which took place in 2025,
Oh
earlier
wow.
this year.
Looks like these youngins are really making it in the Scrabble limelight, and I'm very interested and particular to see how far they go. Can you tell us a bit of Priscilla too?
Yes, Priscilla has been playing Scrabble right from when she was a youth player. When she was a teenager, she played at the National Youth Games event for Lagos State, and she's a National Sports Festival medalist. She has several medals from the National Sports Festival.
Wow, looks like we have two young Scrabble youngins, Scrabble agents in the making, and this game is definitely going to be very exciting. Already, we see theme come down from Priscilla, and the rack on Davy's rack is the tiles on Davy's rack is DOWNEAL. Now, David could decide to play just below theme. He could play her down, ADOWN, for 29 points, leaving EL. In another position, he could play the same word just above theme for 29 points. What other options do you see here for David?
I think those are the top options, but it looks like he's doing down instead.
All right. So now Dow scores less. It scores 23 points and leaving EAN. All right, so we see AST Home Hen on Priscilla's rack hand.
David took out, our float. She would have played Stovein or Stovein to the E of to either of the E's, but he was able to take out both floats.
All right, so we see her coming through with something. Okay,
Looks like she's going to try Stovein, which is not valid. It takes a compulsory E.
definitely. So
I think we'd be seeing a challenge. I think we'll be seeing a challenge. Although she has not made the play yet. All right, and she just pressed the time, but will most likely be seeing a challenge. It looks like she's on hold.
okay,
And
we are
yes,
definitely going to see
we
a
are
challenge.
definitely going to be seeing a challenge.
No, what now? What do you think brought about that move? Do you think she thinks Stovane with the E is valid?
There are certain words take take the original variant, and then the E is just an additional. So they are valid with or without the E. But Stovane is not one of them. I think she must have confused um Stovane for to be one of those words.
Yeah, most likely. Too bad we are going to see that come off the board. All right, so we might be saying another bingo from the first bingo from David. I believe he has Isatine on his rack, and interestingly, he could play that just below down horizontally for 80 points, overlapping EDMO EW, so forming EDSMOA EWT. So that would be the top choice if he decides to play Isatine. But yeah, we are still getting a challenge. Okay, as expected, the move is coming off the board, and we would be seeing a bingo of Isatine from David. Now, he could decide to play this. Um, he could decide to hook the S from the Isatine to the Dow from but that would score less. That would score 70 points. So, where do you think he should position his next bingo?
I think underneath Dow is the best, although you might be scared of the um times four threat, but having seen Priscilla's rack, I don't think it's possible for her to, do that.
Although, if he plays Isatine, you know that now Priscilla would be able to play Astovane with the E. So the best position for him to play this Isatine would be if he hooks the E from Isatine to Dow to form DOWNE. That would be the best position. So,
Well, that's cause hold on.
okay, I think we are seeing he's changed his mind, knowing the risk of playing that way
And
with
he
them.
wants to play Titanize.
Okay,
What? And he does it.
Titanize is in fact a
All right,
phony.
and we'll be seeing a challenge. Wow.
Yeah, this has taken a very interesting turn from both players.
Interesting, I
I
must
think
say.
David realized in playing that extra time in that position would give back the E for Priscilla to play
But then
Stovane.
risking it enough to lose a turn. I mean, Titanic doesn't even score as much as the way he was arranging his attack, because he was arranging his attack underneath the dowel, and that scores 80.
But it does
Titanic
give
doesn't
back.
score that much. So even if he gives back the E, you just got your bingo down, and she lost the turn. So what's the point? Although he must have confused it for the other for the word tetanize. I think that's what he must have been thinking. Sometimes this word flash in your head, and then you are doubting, oh, is this the one that I know, or is the spelling different, or what's not? But I think he must have confused it for that. Although if he was doubting and if he wasn't sure, I really don't think there was a need to take a zero, especially when it doesn't score as much as the original play of Isatine, which he arranged on the board. Anyways, that is that. Current score is 22-23. We saw a challenge from David Stovane without the ESTOVAIN when Priscilla played. And we also saw a challenge of Titanized by Priscilla. All right.
The best move for Priscilla right now, depending on what she decides to leave, if she decides to play a move, hooking the O and the V to the MO from Dame and Dow, she could play that for 10, leaving A high Hennessy, and I think we would be saying that coming through.
Yeah, I think that's the best. It takes out that spot
Now,
of
I think
Isatine underneath Dow.
David would be left with a choice either to play Isatine. Now, he could hook the S2 moves, and I think that's exactly what we would be saying for 74 points. Now, initially, he could have played his Isatine with the E hooking the down. So I think he probably missed that, and he won't have missed the stone the previous round. So Isatine coming down from David for 78 points.
And we should be seeing another bingo come down right now.
Looks like it's raining bingo.
You can say that again.
All right. So with a rack of UINTASR, a whole lot of options actually. But I
Exactly.
see her going for Renate for 68 points. The Though I think the options that scores the most would be Sutorian through the O of Omon. That's quite obscure, but if she was able to spot that and right above thing, she could play that for 76 points. We're seeing Ruina's come down for 68 points, and that has been okay, she's still counting her scores.
Looks like a back-to-back um, play by both players.
Yeah, it's bingo, bingo, bongo.
Back to back loss of thought, back to back bingo.
Exactly. So now back to David.
All
Okay.
right, David looks like he has RRKGHBV. Clunk it out, no vowels to complement. Ooh, must be tough. One would really hate to be in David's shoes right now.
Definitely. I mean, his options are quite limited. You might be considering an exchange, or you might want to play through the U of Renates for if you could spot the word BRUGH, leaving KRV for 25 points,
I
or
don't
you
think he's
could
going to
play.
do that. Looks like he's changing.
All right, that's one of the other options. Okay, he is changing and moving on quickly.
To Priscilla, she has BLEDYCI. As CD to the triple lane, playing um, underneath playing to the A of a certain as CD scores 42.
For the same point, she could play Abid, ABYED, at the same spot, leaving CIL. And what would you do here?
I think Asidi is a wonderful move, keeping BEL. I think that leave is very flexible, and then it also um, opens the board a little bit. All right, Ogbonna Michael in the chat says ABYED for Priscilla. Yes, I think ABYED. She might decide to do that, or ACD scores 42 points. All right, she's working hard. Timer check 18 minutes, 19 minutes. They still have a lot of time. If you're just joining us, this is round 13, not the main event, but the Sika Gold event. This is the side event of the main event of the World English Scrabble Players Association Championship happening here in Ghana, Accra, Ghana. Uh, 13 rounds of beautiful Scrabble. If you've missed any of the streams, we've had Timmy Doko on stream today. We've had Izinore George. We just had Cyril maybe, and yes.
Okay, so we might be seeing a mix of both Asidi and Abid. She's going for Abud and she's taking that back. Maybe she's still considering her options. Okay, and she's going for Abud for 33 points, leaving CIY. Oh, wow.
Oji David as AIFFZKJ. All the biggies. My goodness.
Okay, it could place ZIF, ZIFF, from the eye of Isatine. I mean, that scores about 43 points, leaving AJK. Another option might be to play Zafir. That is ZAFFIR, hooking the R of Renate. Now,
I think that's a good option. That's Zafar option. Scores 42, and it's like a little setup for his J or his K.
definitely. Other options might be to play GIF, was cost significantly less, and GIF in the same spot of ZIF. So that's cost 39 points.
Ogwana Michael in the chat says Asidi should be the optimum move. Yes, that's what we feel, or we feel Priscilla should have done, but instead, I think maybe she did not see it. She does Ibu instead. But yeah, that turn is gone now, and we're waiting for Oji David to make his move. He was about to arrange Zif, not in the position that we thought, but playing through the eye of time.
I think playing Zif at that spot would probably score 40, if I'm correct, or 39 thereabouts. So in playing Zif right underneath is a time with the F hooking the I instead would be a better position. So let's see what it plays instead. He might be considering what he would be giving back to his opponent if he decides to play it at that angle.
And
So
looks
I
like he
see
decides to play cat instead.
cards.
I wonder what the thought process behind that must be. Keeping J, Z, two Fs. That's that's um that's very weird if you ask me.
I mean, playing Zafir is another better option, but we didn't see that come through.
Anyways, over to Priscilla. I think she has Yoni to do, but instead she's doing IC. Keeping
Okay.
ONE. I think she's more focused on her leave, her rack leave. She would want to, bingo and see how far ahead she can get in this game.
Okay, so she played Icily for 15 points. Now back to David with AFFIZJU.
All right, looks like a
Might have a juicy move coming up. If he could spot
juicily. All right, looks like David did enough NUFF, and Priscilla went into the bag to pick VYPG, all heavy consonant. I wonder how she would dispose this. Looks like she's looking to do Envoy, probably behind Renit OYYU. Looks like that's what she'll be looking to do. All right, looks like she's doing Envoy. Let's note that Envoy takes a hook R and L. Yes, takes R and L. All right, over to David. JAAIZRG. All right, so I'm not sure if David knows the hook of Envoy, but he would want to play something like Javier Renvoy. Looks like he's doing Za instead. Za scores 64. WEPGTSX. Priscilla um turn to move. All right. While we're waiting for Priscilla to make a move, I really can't help but wonder if David did not know the hook, Renvoy and then play in Jaguar. I think
Yeah, that might be a possibility.
I think so too. Looks like Priscilla is doing tooks.
Okay, so we are seeing talks come down and it's cost about 39 points. All right, so the miss from David, I think that would have avoided the Zamov if he was able to spot Jaguar, and it does happen, or maybe it was an oversight from David. Okay, I think it's back to David now. I see a rack of JAIGRCD. So he's making a move of JIRGA instead. And I'm not sure if that's correct. Unfortunately, I think that is a funny. I know the alternative of JAGIR. So okay, that is incorrect. I think the incorrect one here is I think Ricely is in fact the invalid one, and we would be getting a challenge there. You probably thought of the word maybe pricely and thought Ricely should be valid. Yeah, and in fact, Ricey, RICEY is valid. Is a valid word. So JAGI and JIRGA are both correct, but the incorrect one is the Ricely, and we see that being taken off the board. Wow. We've seen a couple of phonies on this board, and that has been challenged by both players, and it's quite interesting to see. Now it's back to Priscilla with PLOWGES. Curious to see what she does on this turn. Okay, an interesting option might be to hook the L to the envoy. So the envoy does take R and L. So I'm not sure she's aware of that, but she goes for something different. She plays plow instead. The P hooking AR. Also, I think it's very interesting to see how both hooks would have probably changed the dynamics of the game. I mean, we missed Renvoy and we are seeing another miss of Lenvoy. Immediately, I see David coming down with Jig.
I mean, if Priscilla knows the hook of envoy to be Lenvoy, she would have played Louts. Louts is 45, and 45 is a lot of points, to let go of compared
To
to a
Plow.
move of Plow. Yes, Plow is just 20, which scores
Wow, what a
really
miss.
yes.
Okay, so now it's back to, I think David is still calculating his scores. He played the move of G with the G hooking the OR.
All right, while we're waiting for Priscilla to open her tiles, current scores Priscilla 238, 252. For David, it's still anyone's game as both blank are still on scene.
All right, we still can see our tiles. So I see just G, yes. Yes, I think her hand is in front of the cam. Toyemi Ebenezer says JIRGAAI. Yeah, I think that's a miss from David. You
Yes,
could have
right
played
over.
J with the J sitting on the double letter and through the
Yes.
double word. That would score massively, actually. That was a miss from David.
All right,
And
Ebenezer says, I'm sure David saw it but doesn't want to give back.
that could be a possibility.
But isn't that
But
better than taking a zero?
but he opted for jig instead. Probably an oversight. Who knows? Okay, so I see Priscilla is yet to
Okay,
pick. She's just
looks
doing
like
that.
there's a score reconciliation going on because I can see that the time. Okay, they resumed the time. Looks like we should be seeing Priscilla's tiles any moment from now.
Okay, I see GSTIRD from Priscilla.
Digester. Digester to the
O
of Omo.
Now, do you think she would see this one, or is this somewhere she would be willing to look? I mean, the O doesn't even look like a floater to
Exactly,
me.
like it's pretty hidden.
Exactly. I think we missed a bingo that could have come down through that same spot earlier in the game.
Yes, we did.
So
I really don't think so. I really don't think she would be thinking to play to that. I think she might be looking for other possible floats.
like the E of able, she might be thinking of something towards that lane, but I don't see any possibility of a bingo from that lane, or do you?
I do not. I really do not.
In absence of digester, if she does see the hook of envoy for envoy, she could play ridge. I mean that scores about 36 and leaves ST. So it might be an option she could consider if she does remember that hook.
True, and David seems pretty cool, calm, and collected. You know, the first blank found its way to his rack, and
Interesting.
yes, we should be seeing it didn't come down on his turn.
I mean, Priscilla might take her time on this one because this rack looks very flexible, and you just know I have to play bingo. I want to play
Yes.
bingo on this one. It would be very frustrating if she's not able to.
Indeed, she will be looking, oh, is there anything I'm missing?
Mhm.
Let me see. There should be something because you know it's um very sad, especially when you know these tiles, you know, they go very well.
Exactly.
And even though there are no straight sevens in that rack, you would be
Mhm.
looking to see if you know you could play to any of the possible floats on the board.
Exactly. So I think she has made another move. Wow. And she was very close to that offload, but she's going
For girded,
interesting. I think Greta scores just 14 points. And she committed that. Now, David has a rack of CARHED blank. Okay, what bingo should we be expecting for this turn coin?
you know, looking to play through the E from able, he has search scores a whooping 86 points.
Wow, I really hope he's searching for search.
Looking to play through the T of theme as well, he has, you know, ratcheted or coded.
Oh, coded.
I think those are the options he has right now. Or
Okay,
something like hard face.
you might be seeing coded. Okay,
Looks like
hard
he's
art.
looking at cheddary or cheddars playing through the D.
D.
Yes.
Interesting.
Although it scores way less, it scores 67 and search scores 86. That's almost 20 points less.
Okay. Okay, still taking his time on this one. Okay, an interesting one would be if they are able to spot SUB to theme, to form something. Do you think we might be seeing something like that? An extension from the theme.
I really don't think so. I really don't think so. The two S's that are left are on Priscilla's rack. She doesn't have the U, she doesn't have the B. So yeah, I really don't think we'll be seeing something. But then seeing extension of words would really be nice. But
Yeah,
yes,
I mean, it's very interesting to see. We've seen relations yesterday with LUNAT to the IONS. It was very beautiful to see. And we could have seen an amazing one when it was me and Excel from with the zoo. That was on stream. So I think that was 2 days ago during the last chance qualifiers. But unfortunately, we might not be seeing something today. So we are seeing Ratcheted come down from David for 76 points. Interesting. Now it's back to Priscilla. She has, I think I see 10 sets of Iraq, and the best position to play would be just beside Ratcheted with the T hooking the E and the E hooking the D, coming down 10 zest for 71 points.
I think these two players have a thing for playing back to back bingos. Once you play, I must reply.
Definitely. I mean, the tiles are really flowing, and these people are awarded, so they are really going for it. Okay, I think David is on hold because he's yet to pick.
Time check 7 minutes to 12 minutes. Okay, looks like she has allowed it.
Okay, looks like she found it.
10
Kansas
says for
coming down
71.
for 71 points. Wow.
The scores would be pretty close at this point as soon as the scores are updated. David is yet to draw
Pick.
tiles from the bag. Again, I'm pretty sure this is going to be one of the games where you can't tell who is going to win. It's not over until it's over.
Definitely. I mean, both players have shown impressive skills from back-to-back bingos, challenges, and it's been very interesting to watch.
Very, very interesting.
Okay, so I see David with NPQO high, and he has picked the second blank of the game. Interesting.
I think David has a thing for drawing biggies, especially in this game. We saw the
Definitely.
C with him, we saw the J,
J.
the K, the first blank, now the second blank, and the Q.
Wow.
And even with that, I think it's worth mentioning that Priscilla,
I
has
mean,
been
yeah,
fighting
definitely. They've
to
been going neck to neck, and she's
yes.
been really fighting hard to stay in the game. So now we see a couple of options might be to play for David, might be to play pop. just beside ratcheted with the O open the R and the P to the A. Crop scores about 38 points. It does open the triple lane, leaving IN blank. Now, if he doesn't want to do that, he might play Sook from the S of Penzas, SUQ, and the Q to the I of Isili, scoring 35 points. Now, what would you do here, Coin?
I think Sook is okay. Sook because playing co-op, exposes the queue on the triple lane, and there's still one U that is not seen yet, and as you can see, it's on Priscilla's rack, so you might not want to do that.
Yeah, that is something worth considering. Now we see Coif from David instead. Okay, Coif does score 27,
27.
about 8 points less if he had played Sook, and he goes for that instead. Back to Prissy, we have RUMEAAE. A lot of runs here, but she could cash in with for about 48 if she decides to play MAARE. This is right beside Penzest, overlapping ED and MEDANASREES. She would put score 48 points, leaving EU. But she could play mature,
I think that's what she's doing, opting for mature.
Mature
Yeah,
is also
but it scores quite
it scores
less.
less exactly. But MEARE is quite obscure, so she just went for matured instead.
POORBN blank. I think David is checking the number of tiles left in the bag. I think we should have about 6 tiles left in the bag.
Yeah.
Score check 350, 355. Like I said, still anyone's game, although David has the second blank
Of the game.
of the game on his rack.
Now at that same spot, Priscilla could have played at that same spot Priscilla could have played MEARE. It can play Boon, BOON, with the B sitting comfortably on the triple letter score. And I think that was scoring about 30 points, leaving PR blank. In the same spot, it could go for Poon instead, POON. Other options might be Noob at the same spot, but scoring less for just 22 points.
I think the reason why David might not want to go there is because of the hook. If he plays, if he forms PED when he plays pawn, it takes O, it takes A, it takes S, although there are no S's left. But it looks like
He's
David is
going
going to
for
do
it
it anyway.
anyways.
Yes.
Interesting. Now we see ANEGEAE on Priscilla's rack. Now, what are our options here, Coin?
Let's see. Maybe I'm trying to see if there's anything she could play, to take advantage of that spot. Because leaving that spot, especially when the last blank is out, you really do not want to do that. You really do not want to give your opponent to steal the game. Like it would be better if you guys fight till the very end than to just give your opponent an easy chance to bingo. But I really do not think there's much that she can do. I really don't think there's much she can do.
Definitely, I agree. So we might be seeing a little older player in our choice.
I think she'll have to think deep, hard, and deep in this.
I think she's making a move already.
There are 2 tiles left in the bag. Let's take note of that.
Okay, do I see a move of Tay instead? Wow, what do you think about this one? She's dropping just a single tile.
Yeah, I think that's because there are 2 tiles left in the bag, and so she wants to leave at least one tile for our opponent to
Very
pick.
good observation from Priscilla.
BAR and IO blank. I think this might be a decider move. David has to play a bingo, or it might not get another chance to bingo in this game.
Okay, we have about two, three bingos you could play through the newly opened spots that of PED. You could hook the O to PED and play Bizarro, making it blank Z. Hmm. Do you think you would be able to spot that?
Oh, I really cannot say. As it says, all the words there look very funny.
Honestly, I
Bizarro,
think other options
Barrios.
is arboreal. Personally, I've never heard of that, and I think we see barrios too. Barrios would definitely fit in there. But I mean, these are like youth champions. I believe they should or they might be able to spot. It might be able to spot any one of the three bingos. You could also interestingly, I see Prissy didn't just make a move of Bar and Tay. She's making a move of Baines instead. Okay. Baines has been committed for 23 points. Oh
And
my
looks
God.
like
Are we
David's.
seeing the word come down?
Yes.
Wow.
Barrico. That should be Barrico.
Hmm.
Yes, Barrico, 90 points
Wow. And
by
we are
David.
getting a
As
challenge.
expected, it's only expected that the world gets challenged. I mean, she really has nothing to lose.
Definitely. And with that, we might as well say this is David's game, and it would, in fact, seal his win for this round.
Well, can we just say both of them played really, really, really well?
I mean, definitely, even with the fact that Prissy didn't really pick any of the biggies, neither did she pick the blank, she still fought her way through. At some point, they were going neck to neck, and it's very impressive from her as well.
Yes, it is. It really is. All right,
Okay.
and that is green. Barrico, Oped, David wins this round. What an amazing play from him. What an amazing find. Big ups to David for spotting that. I think that brings us to the end of this round. Final scores:
Wow.
Priscilla 373, David 492.
Okay, actually, she's going to give back the remaining thousand. I think that would equal to 500
500, yes.
for David. Wow. This has
Amazing.
been amazing.
Simply wonderful. Wonderful play from both players. Yes, yes, yes.
All right, so that brings us to the end of this round. We will be streaming more of this category, and stay tuned and don't miss out on the next game coming through. Okay, Akwaaba, my people, welcome back. This is round 14, and we are back to the main event. Okay, so here on our stream, we have Wabin once again, and we have someone new on the stream. I believe we have Stewart Ilton. Now, can you give us a brief run through on Wabin?
Waving happens to be the 16th. It's currently ranked 16th in the entire world. So yes, I think that's enough. That alone says more than enough of the type of player he is. The caliber of player that he is. And yeah, we'll be back with that. But just quickly, he exchanged
Yeah, I
L
believe
and
we saw
R.
an exchange. All right, so that means it's back to Stewart. So I'd like to say Webin is currently topping the table, is on 11 wins and 2 losses, I believe. And Woko is also coming in clutch on 11 win as well, just a difference in spread. And coming in at the third position, we have Logan Hadam with 10 wins and Ashan coming through with fourth and Alan Paul the fifth.
Yeah.
All right, so now moving on into the game, we have Stewart. I think he has a rack of.
Looks like he exchanged some tiles from his opening rack.
As well.
Yes.
Okay, interesting choice from both players. Now that means it's back to Waving.
Yes, it is.
Now he has a rack of ADI high R T. What are his options here, Coin?
Ah, considering the fact that he just exchanged, you might not want to exchange again. Probably exchanging I or II, or if he's open to throwing um to not skimming, he could do AIRTED or just ID if he doesn't want to exchange or AI. But yes, there's really not much that he can do, but I think it's opting to exchange just IS. I think that's fine.
Again, so now we've seen 2 exchanges from Waving. Now it's back to Stewart. I believe he has a rack of
REATSH. HASTIER. So we'll be seeing Astia come down. 78 points, Astia. All right.
Okay, so we are seeing the first bingo and technically the first play of this round from Stewart, and Astia has been played for 76 points.
Looks
Wow.
like Waving has Dentaria times
Okay.
4. Yes, Dentaria, 86
And I
points.
see he's wasting no time in placing that, and then Taria coming through for 86 points.
What an amazing way to kick off this
Honestly,
game.
I mean, after about 3 exchanges from both players, and it's really nice seeing both bingos from both players as well.
Yes, indeed.
All right, so we're back to Stewart, and I believe is yet to pick the complete 7 tiles. Okay, I see him putting that on his rack. Okay, so I see EMPHISA. Wow, this looks very synergic. Are we going to see another bingo?
Looks like we are.
Wow, I think the 7 year would be phasing, and it could play to the har of Astia. It could play Samphire or Seraphim. So definitely, I know we're going to see another bingo here.
Yes, at least one of these should come down. He also has shipmate or mateship for 71 points and 70 points respectively. But Phasing is the top choice with 84 points. Yes.
Wow.
Actually, these two players have a head-to-head record of 1-0 in Stewart's favor. So I don't know if this game would help would even out the current ETS score, or Stewart to be up, making it 2-0.
Okay, so I think we are saying yes, Samphire would be coming through from Stewart. I believe that's some fire.
Yes, 75
All right,
points.
75 points from Stewart. Wow, this is the third bingo in this game and technically the third play as well. I don't think I've seen anything like this on stream. I mean, three plays and then they are all bingos. This is very interesting. Now I see Waybean with the first blank of the game and then he has VIDYEE. Now, what are his choices here?
Probably yes. Playing underneath the Taria, YES or YEVE, but then that exposes the triple triple nil. I really don't think he would be too worried about it, considering the fact that the Y is not so flexible for you to play through. So yes, it might be considering one of those two or something entirely different like Yeet right underneath Samfire. Yeet scores 39 points, keeping Ivy blank. So yes, he has a lot of options and they all score pretty well.
Okay, interesting. So let's see what it does decide.
All right, if you're just joining us, this is round 14 of the WESPAC main event happening here live in Accra, Ghana 2025. Please do well to like, subscribe to the channel, send and drop a comment in the chat box. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what has been your highlights for this event. You know, yes, whatever you just want to talk to us about, let us know in the chat box.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so I see Webin is yet to make a move.
But it looks like he has YEV arranged on his rack.
Okay, so we might be saying if think is not if he does play that, that means he's not really worried about exposing the triple lane.
Yes, like I said, you know, the game is still very much in the early stage, and the Y is not exactly the most flexible tile that you would play a triple through.
I think he might be my move here, right beneath some fire. So he's going for yes. Yes has been committed for 29 points, leaving DEIV blank. All right. So now back to Stewart. He has a rack of BEKLRTT. Now he has duplicated T's and a single vowel. Now, what are his options here?
I mean, it's not that bad of a situation. He has 30 points up for grab if he plays curb through the E of Asia, forming KIRE. Curb scores 30, leaving LERT, or something um, longer like Bulka for 30 points, playing through the A of Samphire. Yes, he could also do that, or something shorter, maybe Baker. Yes.
I think Keb is optimal. You could play Keb is a standard option, and leaving his E and just playing through the E of Astia, leaving ELRT, I believe. So if he plays KERB, he could cash in 30 points.
Yes. Current scores 115 to 153. Stewart currently in the lead. All right, I think there's a bit of an issue with the timer clock, but I'm pretty sure our technical team they're on it, and yes, it will be fixed in no time. Looks like Stewart is thinking long and hard on this particular move. The rack does look quite funny, if you ask me. I wonder what must be going through his
Do you think
mind.
he wants to go for Boca? Because, okay, although he's changed his mind, I saw him arranging BLKER. That's one of the options you could play for 30. So I see we're getting Kev here for 35 points as well, leaving ELRRT. All right, so it's back to Webbing with a rack of MDIVEQ blank. I think I would possibly just look for where I could dump the QI and then call it a day. What would you do, Coin?
I think dropping the QI is very optimal. It scores 28, and 28 is not that bad of a score.
Okay. Are there other options you could score more?
I mean, you would not want to use his blank, so without using the blank, I think QI is the best move.
All right. So we see QI come down from waving. All right. So it's back to Stewart with a wrap of FORTNET. Okay. This was looking like a word, but I'm pretty sure it's not. But I do see float. That is FLOTE, and it could play that right under dentaria. Although I would be worried if the hook of D or L or S from the float can come down through the triple lane.
Yeah, I might decide to keep it short and play just felt. Keeping ORT. Felt scores 30, which is, pretty fair. It just scores 3 points less.
Yes, felt is indeed a safer option here, and he might consider that.
All right. Um, is thinking hard and long about this. We really cannot see the timer to know, how many minutes each player has left. But the technical team, I think they're on it right now. So far, I think the plays have been very optimal, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think so too. Okay, we got the timer back for waving.
All right. One down, one to go.
Okay, I think we're seeing something else here. We're seeing floor, and okay, that's quite interesting. It played FLOR. I would like to say FLOR does take A, flora, or S, floors, or flori, Y, oak. All right, so we have MED blank VAC arranged on his rack, and I think the blank could be E or I, so it could be Medevac or Medivac. Now, I'm not sure where that would enter.
Probably hooking A, floral.
I said that, and I just missed that. Interestingly, we could play to the hook, the A hooking the floor and playing just right beside floor for 92 points. That does open the triple lane. Do you think it's something worth considering? Coin.
92 points is a lot to pass up on. You would not want to leave 92 points just because you're scared of a times nine dropping on you. I mean, again, you have to have words that maybe end with ISMS or EMS. The odds are really not that much, for the M to be in that position. So yes, I really don't think you should be that worried about playing is bingo.
Okay, I'm very sure you did see the Medivac move, but I think he's opting to go for, I believe, caved. All right, this is a very interesting move. I wonder what the thought process behind this move is.
I know it's definitely not the fact that it will be opening the triple because the
That
D
exactly what
is
it's
doing that already. Exactly. So is it a miss?
Well, I saw him did arrange that. Or could that just be like
Coincidence.
so interesting? Now back to Stewart. I see AAEERTT. All right, so we have some duplicated tiles here. So a move of maybe playing one T, one he, and one he, probably T or it could work. So he could play it just beneath Samfire with the E hooking the P, the E to the H, and the T to KIT. I think that scores about 26 points.
Yes, it does. It might want to do something like data, keeping 80 to take out that triple lane.
Actually, considering the newly opened triple lane, it might do something like that.
All right, 17 minutes on Waving's clock and 16 minutes, about 16 minutes on Stewart's clock. So they still have a lot of time. The Z is yet to be seen, as well as the X, the J. There's a blank on Stewart's rack, but both blank have not been played yet. So there's still a lot of Scrabble to be played.
Definitely. So, both players are taking, I mean, Stewart is taking his time on this one. And let's see what it comes up with.
All right. If you're watching, please don't forget to drop a like, subscribe, say hi in the chat box. Let us know which player you're rooting for.
And let us know where you're chatting from as well. Okay, so I think Stewart played it, top choice, and it's back to Wabin. I believe Wabin he has a bingo of self-dom,
For
correct?
89, yes, very correct. Self dump, 89 points. It could also do leaf mode through the A of Samphire, or yeah, I think that's what it could do, or self dump. And self dump lands in many, many spots.
Okay, so we might be saying self-dom come down from Wabin.
Do you think he would be looking to play to the D?
Yeah, I think that's something to consider as well. I mean, considering the D is still wide open and he would be looking for something to definitely cause damage and increase his points in this game. I mean, it's trailing with about 60. Is about 60 points behind, and if he's been able to get a 9 pointer right now, that would definitely increase his lead by far. So that is something worth considering. But fortunately, I don't see, with his current rack, I don't see anything it could play to the D.
All right.
Okay, so I think he might be considering doing something to that D, but unfortunately, I don't see any word that could fit there.
You
But
know, I find it really fascinating that top players, or you know world class players, most times just leave their rack as it is without shuffling, and they are able to spot their words. I've never really understood how they do it. I think it just comes as a result of the serious reading that they've been doing, extensive reading, that they just spot the word even without touching their rack.
yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to individual preferences. I've seen people, even top players, that do shuffle, and I've seen people that don't shuffle. So people just pick right from the bag and leave it there. They don't even try to arrange it like most people do alphabetically. So I've seen different styles, and at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. It's just what works for you and you spotting the right move at
Yes,
every turn.
I think I really agree with that.
Yeah. So I think it's been over 3 minutes and is yet to make a move on this one.
All right, looks like that was a miss. Looks like he's doing folded instead. I think he's really fixated on, or he was really fixated on taking out that spot. Maybe he wasn't even looking to play a bingo because 92 points is really a lot to pass off. Pass out of.
Honestly,
Pass
that
off.
that must be really sad for him if he does realize he missed that. But back to Stewart with a rack of BATTENR. Now this is looking very synergic, and I'm not sure if he could play a bingo, but I see that he can play batten. BATTEN right under it with the T hooking PE, the second T hooking HA, and the E hooking kids for kites. That would score a lot of points and leave just R. What do you think about that move?
Yes, I think that's a very fair move, and it may seem as though luck is on Wade's side as he went into the bag, and he drew the second blank, so he has both blanks on his rack.
And I also like to say, whenever I get the book blanks, in as much as it might be what most people want, my mind kind of goes blank, no pun intended, for a bit, or at least until I'm able to spot a word, you know.
I think it's harder to imagine the letters that you would call the blanks, not having to deal with just one blank, but two blanks.
Exactly. So, but I believe players of this level shouldn't have so much issues designating their blanks. Okay, so I see Stewart went with Bennett. Okay, so he played Bennett instead. So we'll definitely be seeing a bingo from Wellbeing this time. So Bennett is 26 points from Stewart. Now I believe he's arranging. Okay, he's yet to play any, but he has a whole lot of options. Like the options are just his rack. He could play about 61 bingos. So that is he has a lot of options.
We have medicals right underneath it. Um, Medical scores 95, or Maticals also scores 95. He has anosemic, Cummins, Cosmices, a lot.
But the top choice, the top score would be medicals or meticals for 95 points. So now let's see what it plays.
So this was
Okay, I see him taking the blank designator. I'm sure his opponents. Okay, I see comments overtrained for Stewart would be fun. Takes the H hook too. Okay, that is a very impressive observation because that would be a niner, a nine letter through the VER. Wow, that would be, I think, the second nine letter we would see on stream if that ever comes down. All right, so are we getting a challenge here?
all right. A cosmic, and it is back. Wow.
I think things have taken a very interesting turn. I mean, considering a whole lot of options that he had, but then he played a funny.
Like you mentioned earlier, it would be hard to visualize, a million and one words with your two blanks. Having two blanks alone is enough headache.
Exactly. So I think we might have that case happen to Waving. Now, Stuart is pretty aware of Waving's rack, and he might try his best to condition the board as much as he can.
Although it has AEINORT, and like the person in chat says, that's Otarain Note. But the
Yeah.
person in chat says, it would be very impressive for him to play overtrain through the V of caved and the R of floor, and that scores a whooping 78 points. Wow,
Now, I would
beautiful eyesight.
actually love to see that on the stream
I would
because,
love to see that as well.
and interestingly, overtrade your stake H as well. And I believe we still have. Do we have H left in the bag? I think I see just one on the board.
No, I think the two H's are out. Yes,
Okay.
Sapphire and Acia, no H left.
Okay, no H left. So that we won't be saying that.
But now I think we must see Bingo come down. We must see Bingo come down.
Definitely.
All right, looks like he's thinking um hard on this. I find it quite funny that Weibi, who happens to be 16th in the world, missed a bingo and
Two
played a
points.
phony, like Scrabble really does something to you. I think it's just something about the pressure, um, stress and everything. It's really funny. It's really, really funny and ironic.
Yeah, we might consider fatigue as well. But I believe Stewart wants to play reobtain through the B of Bennett.
All right, reobtain has come down for 74 points. Beautiful. Sadly, we would not be saying overtrain. Same rack for waving, medicals, maticals, anosomic, atomics, commons. A plethora of options for him. But yes, let's just see what he comes up with. All
Okay,
right,
and
we
I
can
do
see.
believe maybe this time he shouldn't miss this bingo because this would definitely hurt him along the way.
Yes, I mean, he still has a chance to come back into this game. I can see in the chat someone says eration maybe if overtrain
It's
missed.
missed, yeah,
Well,
definitely,
we
but
didn't see that. It did reobtain instead. Yep, reobtain is the best play. Yes. After overtrain, I think that's the next best option.
hey, why do you think we've been taking his time?
Like I said, visualizing bingo, two blanks on your graph, not the easiest situation not the best situation you would want to be in, because it's really not easy to have to think about a million and one possibilities, the 26 letters of the alphabet. Okay, what words do I know that combine with this? A lot.
Okay, somebody says orgasmic, possibly. I think that would be through the A of Samphire. That is
72 points, yes.
yeah, that is
Beautiful
an
find.
option as well. It could play
There's something better than atomics.
atomics.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is something better than atomics. Medicals, maticals score 95 points, close to 100, and I think that would send him, ahead of Stewart
Definitely.
just by a little. Osmotic, yes, osmotic, beautiful. I'm really loving the charts right now. Let us know other words that you can find from the rack.
Okay, I think we are saying
Looks like a no snake is coming down.
okay, so I see you went for anosmic instead.
Anosmic is 92, 3 points less than the best play, and I think that's fine.
Exactly. All right, so we are back to stewards with a rack of AETYUWU.
I think is what noting that even after the bingo of 92 points, Stewards is still in the lead with about 45. I think that's due to the misses that
Turn,
yes, the
yeah.
miss turn and then the bingo misses from waving. Yes, but it's still anyone's game. The J, the X, and the Z unseen.
Hmm. All right, so what is Stewart's option in this round?
Looking at his rack, same V and R that he could have played over train through. I think if he plays Wavery, keeping UT Wavery is 38 points. I think that's a lot and that's fair.
Definitely. I think other options might be to play maybe your through the RE of obtain.
All right. Did someone in chat says anosmic has shut down the space? Yes, I think it has quite conditioned the board because now the C is there, so you can play a bingo underneath as both H are on the board as well as the two blanks. And it's quite funny and ironic that both players have two U's on their rack, two U's each. So yes, I think it's what they call division of labor.
You could say that. And I think he made a move of ooh, ooh. Wow. Okay, so it's back to Stewards and with a rack of P. It's back to Waving with a rack of LUVINUO.
I think Stewards must have taken out that spot because the X is obscene. XI there would do a lot of damage. All right, LUVINOU. Oof, two U's as well as the V. I really think um, you would not want to be in his shoes right now because the V alone is a letter that I really do not like seeing, and then not having one but two users alongside it. Tough position is in right now.
But if he's trying to get rid of the two U's, I mean, he could play Uvula, UVUNA, through the A of Samphire.
True, true. But I think the only downside is doing that is the X
X.
is still not out. Yes,
Yeah, I mean, in our POV, we know the opponent doesn't have the X, but in
he
his
doesn't know
POV,
that.
he wouldn't know that. So he would be very cautious to not play that. I think he might be going for Ovum. Next choice,
Over 13 points, but he hasn't
consider that.
that yet. Other than that, it could do MUON. The M from anosmic MUON. That scores 18, keeping ILUV. But looks like it's going to be doing ovum
Ovum.
instead.
All right, so back to Stewart, AAEPRTY.
Pre-obtain.
Wow. True. Reobtain, it could hook the P and come down to play Pitari, I mean, or Piatri, I believe. Wow, that would be a lot. And
One
that is a bingo, actually. So I believe that will score above 100 points if he's
102 points.
wow. So if he's able to spot that, I might as well say this might just be his game. But
Yes.
never say never, I guess. I mean, we still have the big is out, right?
Yes, we do.
Biggies
We
in the
have the
bag.
X, we have the Z, we have the J. But I think, if he plays Piatri, he might go into the bag to pick at least one of the biggest. But then imagine a scenario where he finds the P3, he plays it, and then he goes into the bag, and none of the seven tiles are any of the biggies.
That is a possibility
I
as
think I
well.
really want to see that happen.
Oh my! For a
Oof,
second there, I thought we were
oof.
going to see that come down. So he is going for party instead for
52
52.
points. That's also a
Wow!
lot, but it's
But it's way less
way
compared
less.
to
15 points less.
exactly.
I wonder how it would feel after the game when he realizes, or when someone tells me that, oh, you missed 102 points.
Hmm. That must really be devastating. All right. So now we see waving with DRILEUN. Okay. What can you do here? What can you do?
I see Mooney. Someone in the chat says Mooney.
Yeah, money isn't such a bad choice.
I think Mooney is not a bad choice. He gets to open the board, considering the fact that he's down by almost 100 points. I think playing Mooney gives him a chance to still come back into the game. We have two eyes left. You know, there's the G and then N as well. So yes, it could play bingo ending with ing or something like that. But yes, playing Mooney gives him a chance to come back into the game.
Another option might be to play Mui in the same spot and the same score as well.
Yes, keeping the N in case he picks the G, one of the three G's,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
might hope to play bingo ending in ing.
Now, if he wants to play more tiles out, he could play Eruvin, I believe, through the V of Ovum for about 27 points, leaving there. What do you think about that move?
I think that's a pretty fair move, but then it's not really opening the board because right now, the spots that we have for playing a bingo would be to play from the R down, or to play, you know, between the V and the R. We still have three O's from this point of view. From his point of view, there are still three O's out and two E's. Although we know that it's just one O and one E, over playing something that starts with over, or playing something that starts with the letter I, FLOR, and then the D, putting the I there, florid, playing something that starts with the letter I down. Other than that, not a lot of options for him. So he would have to, try and see how we'll open the board. But it's not doing that. Looks like it opted for dribble instead, dribble for 30 points, keeping UN.
Interesting choice. Okay, back to Stewart. I believe he has a rack of OAGRAEN. Okay, I see he's going for okay, he's yet to make a move, but he could play in a very obscure spot. That's right beside them, folded. He could play OGEE, with the O interlapping the F, the G to the O, and the E to the L. I think this scores about way above
23.
exactly
Yes, it
23
scores
points,
23 points and it
further
doesn't
increasing his lead,
open the board.
and definitely doesn't improve the board.
And he might decide to, make things a bit harder by playing oregano from the O of floor, that way it kind of takes out the O, conditions that VR spots, and yes, it's going to give his opponent a tough time bingoing.
I might not play that, considering the biggies still out there, and that does open the triple lane. And imagine playing word down to that triple A with a biggie, that might score, that might give back something big to my opponent.
True, true, true.
So let's see what he comes up with. Okay, very close to that spot is playing braver. Okay, I believe is braver.
For 20, keeping AON.
All right. So now I see UNSO high NG for waving. Okay, this has no straight sevens for bingos, and neither do I see any hooks it could play for eights. So what could he really do here?
Yeah, like I said, playing something from the M of anosmic down, maybe like Mong or Maun or Muni would be good. That's where you still give yourself chance to come back into the game because as it is, you have to play starting from the O or the I of florid. So yes, I think you could do that.
Okay, that's worth considering. I mean, we are definitely approaching the end game. If he's going to try to bingo, he should be making moves towards that, and he should be considering making moves that would increase his chances of bingoing.
Yes, I think if it does something like MUN, keeping GINS, I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, definitely. MUON is I think he's considering that as well. I mean, he has UON set aside on his rack.
All right, looks like we have 5,000 left in the bag,
And I
and
see
we have the Z
on still
on Stewart's rack, which means J still in the bag, the X still in the bag, the two O's and Stewart's rack, the last I, the last G, the last A. So which means we have the X, the J, the L, the E, and I think the W. So
Okay, he did
I
go for he went from one, and we see that come through for 18 points. Now back to Stewart with a rank of IGAZOON. Okay, so I see you can go for cause, I believe OZ looking the C of Anosmic for about 34 points, leaving AG high no. What do you think about that?
I think cause is pretty fair, or maybe Kaz, but then that would leave two O's on the track. So yes, I think cause.
Yeah, it might also consider maybe zoo or zone, the Z through the O of one. So that is also worth considering.
But it looks like this game is for. I think this game is Stewart's game, 424 to 460. Uh, no bingos would come down, obviously. LXWSING. I think Weaving can only score, a couple of points. And yes, I
Yeah,
think
someone said Gazoo. That's also what considering that would increase the score of Zoo by a few points, and that might also be worth considering for Stewart. Okay, so let's see what he decides.
if he does Gazoo is 35 keeping INO. And with the looks of things, it would pick the J and it would also get the W's on his rack. It would pick the J and the E.
Okay, I see.
6 minutes on his clock. I think that's more than enough time for him to think, shuffle, and strategize on the perfect endgame sequence. All right, this is round 14. Um,
The main event
main
of
events.
WESPAC, and we've seen amazing moves from both players. And although we saw some misses that we were not expecting, but nevertheless, it's been very interesting to watch both players go at it.
Amazing, simply amazing, But seeing pre-obtained being played would be very, very wonderful.
Yeah, and overtrain as
Overtrain,
well.
yes, overtrain, pre-obtain. Um, and Nosmith came down, after a miss, after a loss of turn. And let's not forget the beginning of the game where both players
Yeah, that
exchanged.
was quite
Yes,
hilarious. All
yes.
right, going for Zone, and that has been committed. Zone for 33 points. All right, so it's back to Webin. He has less than 2 minutes on his rack, and he has LXWSING.
Wow. I really think the most he can do is play XIS for about 30 points, or maybe something different like um, wax, although wax doesn't really do much. But XIS is 38 points. That's playing underneath FLORCALX and the Gravers.
Okay, we might be getting wax. Calm down.
Wax for 21.
All right, so now Stewart is left with high ho GAEJ.
He might be looking to play Jag right underneath Anosmic, PNG, um, AAJAG, Jag for 29. Yeah, either Jag or Jig. Although he has 35 points, AGI, playing to the eye of Drivel, G scores 35 points. All right, someone said Zigan for me any day. Hmm. All right, Zigan for me any day. I think the only downside is that from his POV, he could have played the long wise from the
Oh,
O, yes, to the floating O. Although we cannot see he cannot see the tiles that are with his opponent, but like looking at the tiles that are out, long wise is still possible to come down. That's probably
from
why
waving.
he had to take that spot out. Said waving has callings to go out and slings, obviously. Yes, he does. All right, 3 minutes for him to play. It says Zigan was 53 points. Okay, I think it's not to the end of Mon. I think he's referring to. Oh, I think we missed this. Look at the O of Ovum and the I of Driven.
Wow, that is a very obscure
Beautiful
spot,
find
and
from Mr. Sahid
definitely
Jimo.
that would have
Wow, 53 points, a whooping 53 points. Zigan,
that would have
amazing.
scored a lot. Wow,
Simply
nice
beautiful.
observation.
Yes, nice observation.
But
All right.
still, long-wise was still a threat, anyways, and Wabin would have played that if that spot was still open. All right, I see Stewart taking his time here.
Although this is a game that is going to win, obviously.
Yeah. Okay, we are seeing Joe come down.
Joe 29 points, and yes, it's going to finish now with maybe Collins for 22 or Sling for 19.
Okay, true. We could finish with any of them. And let's see which one he decides to go for.
It says, thanks, ladies. You're welcome, ex UK and ex Africa champion. Wow, it's really amazing to have you here
In our
in our chat.
chat.
Thank you so much for following. Thank you so much for the insights.
We really do
We really do
appreciate it.
appreciate, yes.
Make sure you stick around for the next couple of rounds because we will be here commentating and yeah. All right. So I see Collins come down for waving, and that brings us to the end of the round 14 of the main event. And that seals Stewart wins for this round. Wow, what a game it has been.
Yeah, we can see them shake hands after the game. I think that's really what the game is about, sportsmanship. Yes, you win some, you lose some. I think he fought well, Waving fought well in this game, but I think some of the misses
Yeah, from
might have
waving.
affected the way the game eventually panned out.
Definitely. I mean, his move of a cosmic costed him because if he could bingo at least once in this game, he might still stand a chance to go neck to neck or maybe even win this game. So the two blanks affected him a bit and slowed his progress down in
Yes.
this game. And this game has been particularly interesting. The first three rounds we had exchanges, and then we had three bingos come through back to back, and then from there on, each players have been playing really well. And now
Yeah.
we have 486 for Stewart to Wavings 381.
Beautiful blow to blow action from both players. Once again, thank you to everyone in the chat. We see you. Keep dropping comments. We'll be back for round
Round
14.
15. 15. Yeah,
Yes,
this was
sorry,
round
round 15
14.
after this mini tea break.
All right.
city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. this massive beat. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, talking now. Akwaaba, 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day. Letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hey, can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. City's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letter, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, massive beat. Aqua tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away.
Let's go.
Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away.
This is round 15. All right, welcome back to the stream. This is WESPAC main event stream, Ghana 2025 here in Accra. This is round 15, and on stream now would be having George Izunori facing off against To Weebin. Weebin was on stream just now, but they lost the game to Stewart. Yes, he did lose the game to Stewart. I think we've had George on stream during this main event, and so yes, both of them facing off against each other would be wonderful as they are both brilliant, excellent players.
Yeah, definitely. We've had George on stream a couple of times, and all those times I think he has played beautifully well, and most especially very fast.
True.
So we might be seeing something similar and very interesting game ahead of us as well.
Yes. Well said, well said. So we're just waiting for them to start. Whilst we're waiting for them, if we take a look at the standings, we see Ume Serial. This should be the Sika
Yeah, that's the
gold
Sika.
event. Yes. Real quick, let's check the standings for the main event.
Okay, I see. I'm not sure if this has been updated, but I see Wellbeing at the top, and then Woko, and then Ashan. So if it is updated, that means Wellbeing is still standing strong with 11 wins and 2 losses. But I'm pretty sure this is not updated yet. So while we wait,
All right, we could also just take a quick look at the Sika standings, as we have maybe a serial topping the standings with 12 wins, 2 losses, and a cumulative spread of 823. We have Oji David, in second place, 10 wins and 3 losses. We had Oji on stream face off against Priscilla Kabwe, and he won that game. Yes, I think it was pretty impressive.
Also,
The way he played on the stream.
I noticed as of yesterday, Niger wasn't in the top 10 in the main event, but slowly we are seeing him creeping. Do you think we are going to expect, should I say, a sneaky win from behind to the top? Are you
I think
expecting that from Niger?
Yes, I think that is very, very possible. I think it is possible that it does that. They still have a lot of games to play. This is just round 15, 17 more games to go. I think they would play a total of 32 games. So, yes,
Yeah.
it's still very possible. So, back to the standings of the Sika event, we have Oloro Payemi in third place with 10 wins and 4 losses. And then we have Ikolo Anthony, Idris David, and Akabue Priscilla in fourth, fifth, and sixth place, respectively. Aniko Samuel in seventh place, Idausa Bright in eighth place. Omije Osagede, we had him on stream earlier today, in ninth place, and Eston Doku of Team Nigeria in 10th place.
Okay, I must add that after round 14, African teams have been bossing the chart. So, do you think we might be having an home advantage? Considering when the World Championship is happening here in Ghana.
I think so. I really do think so. You feel more relaxed and you feel better, at home. All right. Looks like the game has started. The opening rack for George Izinore is CLLUMIZ.
Okay, I see it set to side LULC. So it's probably considering that option. Also, I see Wellbeing with the first bingo, with the first blank of the game.
Yes, LULZ for 26 points is what we should be seeing right now.
All right, and it has been committed.
All right, blank as well as letter FIDEGN. A rather.
Okay, this looks very synergic, and I think we should be seeing a bingo come down.
Something like foliaged for 65 or gas filled through the L or finagled. Yes, but I think we should be seeing the one bingo come down.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, let's note for those of you just joining us, we just had we been on stream earlier on, and the game was a very explosive one. He had explosive plays, although his opponent had the upper hand, and managed to steal the win. But again, he's an amazing player. He's a player to look out for. He should not be underestimated. As well as the Zinore Judge, we've had him on stream, and his plays, optimal plays, too wonderful. These two players, I really can't wait to see how this game pans out.
Exactly. I really do feel the same. These two players are of top level, and I'm really expecting an explosive play from both players.
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, so he's yet to commit any move, and I'm curious to see why is that. Do you think there's a possibility he has not made it? Do you know why exactly he has not made any move yet?
Maybe he's looking to see the options that he has.
Okay, but because in the last game we did see that he missed a couple of moves he could make. So
Looks like that's Gadflies. Gadflies 67 points.
interesting.
All right, Gadfly 67 points. The first bingo of the game, and the first blank of the game used as well. CEEIMNQ.
All right, we see CINQ set aside, so we might be seeing thanks through the S of GAD5
Yeah, 6
from.
for 30.
All right, so that has been committed for Judge for 30 points. Now we have IWDEOFE for waiting. Okay, so I think you can play Dowie, DOWIE, from the G of gadflies and the A of gadflies. So you could play Dowie coming down to the triple word lane and the I hooking the G and the E hooking the A. I think that scores about 36 points, leaving EF. Another option might be to play, I think, wifey. Should I call this wifey? Through the high of, and you could play that for 30 points actually. So a couple of options here you might be considering. Also, through the Z of laws, you could play Zoe for 25 points, but we see him going for the best choice of Dobie for 35 points, 36 points.
Sheesh, one would really hate to be George right now as he has just one vowel, the letter E, and he has clunky tiles YVPXM. Uh, he does have an option of Pixie through the I for 40 points, keeping CMV, or Pyemic for 38 points, keeping VX.
Yeah, either ways, I think he can score pretty well in this turn. Either playing Chimic, like you said, or Pixie. I think Pixie scores more for 14 points, but I'm a little bit concerned with what that will be leaving. I believe is CMV.
Yeah, I think if he's able to spot the move of Pyemic, keeping just V and X, I think that would get him out of this sticky situation. And he will still be scoring 38 points.
Yeah, definitely.
Again, for people in the chat, let us know what you think. Let us hear your suggestions. Let's see who you're rooting for. Let's see where you're chatting from. Just engage in the chat, like and subscribe to the channel.
You might be considering the Pixie move. And I think that is exactly what he is going for. Pixie for 40 points it is. Now back to Waving with a rack of NTOAFEU. Okay, now this is you could play probably facets through the Pixie that is just newly played by George with the F hooking the Y and the Fasi ACIE coming down.
I think Facet scores quite a lot, 51 points.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, we see you from Colorado, USA. Thanks for joining. Make sure you like and subscribe and continue watching.
All right. We might be seeing Facet come down, but if we do not, Noctua, same spot for 35 points, keeping EF. I think the scores it could take, the I scores that it has, the I scores that have, the plays that have I scores would be to play to the C.
Yeah, definitely. I do think so. But I think playing Noctua might it does take S, so it will be something he might be considering if he wants to play that. So I see him set aside FAET. So he might be considering facets.
I think Facet should be the move. 51 points is, a lot,
Yeah,
and I don't want to pass on that.
definitely. Looking at George Rag, I see he's running to an issue. He has clunky tiles. In fact, all consonants and no
I
vowels.
think that's what I'll call it. Sticky situation. MCVRBRN. In the last move, we tried to manage um, manage the rack, but I think now it will have no option but to change. And we see facets come down for 51 points.
Okay, so we see George changing all
All its
tiles
tiles.
almost
Yes,
immediately.
I really don't think there's any need to waste time on that.
Yeah, definitely. So it's back to waving. Current score is 96 for George and 154 for waving.
OUNIWOT.
Blank to TOINOUW blank. I see he has picked the second blank of the game. Yes. So I noticed Waving picked excess, and unfortunately for him, he didn't pick out the blank, and now he's left with TOINUW blank. And I think he has a bingo of outwings. Interesting. He could play outwings through the D of Domi. Another option might be to play. Okay, this is WHODUNIT
Word
for.
unit, word unit, word unit. Yeah.
Okay,
62
this
points.
both was cost 62 points, both through the D of Dory. Oh wow, interesting. I think I've seen some amazing words that I'm not really familiar with from this game so far. So word unit is a word I would be adding to my notes. Amazing, amazing play from Webben. So word unit is confirmed for 62 points.
And then we see G's, 35 points, keeping EILRR come down. Current scores 96 for George and Webin 216.
Okay, I think somebody said who done it. Okay, I think that might be the pronunciation.
I wonder what that means.
I wonder the same too.
Oh, okay. So it seems like Who Done It is a detective story play or film.
Oh, interesting.
Amazing. I think that's the beauty. That's one of the intriguing things about Scrabble. You get to learn more things and improve your vocabulary.
Definitely, I learn every day. Now, I after G's, I think is
Waving turn to play.
the rap of CEEPSVY. What are his options, Colin?
CP, CP47 forming facets with the E, CP for 47, and it might decide not to cash, in the S and just play something as simple as YEVE for 31.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, but I think he will be looking to play underneath facets as he can't play next to G's because he doesn't have the vowels, he doesn't have the A or the O to play there.
Yeah.
Although Eve also plays in another spot underneath Who Done It, but it scores just 25, which is not much.
Okay, easier to commit.
Yeah, I think they're having issues with the timer. I think they're about to fix that now. So as soon as we can, the timers will be back up on our screens. Again, if you're just joining, This is the World English Scrabble Players Association Championship happening here in Accra, Ghana. This is the main event. We had the Sika Gold event on stream the other time, and yes, we saw some players from that event. But now this is the main event, and we have George Izinori and We've been on stream. And current scores: Izinori is 131 to Weebin's 216. Again, drop a like, let us know where you're chatting from, let us know what you think, what move you would make. Yes, keep interacting with us in the chats. And to everyone who has interacted so far, to everyone who has been following, thank you so much for following. We really appreciate it. All right, looks like Waving is thinking long and hard on what to do on this turn.
I think he might have considered give, but he probably doesn't want to give a lot back to his opponent, considering that does open the new triple lane right beneath the move. Okay, thank you so much. We see the timers are back on, and I see he set aside give, but he's still taking his time on that one.
I mean, Eve underneath for set scores 31, but if he does it right beneath who done it, he scores 25. That's 6 points less. So I don't know, is it worth sacrificing? I mean, it's up in the game, but then the game is not over yet. Although we have two blanks on board already, um, three unseen S's, excluding the one on Waving's rack. The J is on the board, the Z, the Q, the X. The K is the only biggie left in the bag. So yes, I'm really curious to see how this game pans out.
Yeah, definitely. I do feel the same. I see he has been hesitating a lot, so he's he's been very careful on this particular turn.
Yeah. Looks like he wants to play Yves because he has it set aside. Yves scores 37, and that leaves him with PC.
I'm not sure I would want to play Yves, but I think he's going for it anyways for 37 points. Interesting choice.
I mean, it's easier to play underneath the letter E than it is to play underneath the letter S. I think you need HIOT to play underneath the letter S compared to the E that is easier.
Yeah, I think you might think that is maybe he's conditioning the board, but trust me, if with the right tiles, I see George as the T, the high, the both tiles that could go right under that. So with all things being equal, it might still come down if he wants to.
True, true. All right. DEILRRT for George to move. Red under Yves would score 30, forming faceted.
Okay, but I think George has another intention in mind. For a moment, he had T high R L E D arranged, which could go right under Eves.
Yes, yes. That's a better option as it kind of opens the board a bit more and it gives him the chance to go for six more tiles.
Yeah. Okay. Interestingly, he's going for red, RED, and that scores 30 points. Okay, back to Waving with ACEOOPR. What would you play your coin?
Maybe something as simple as poo or cool for 21, right next to G's, keeping ACER or APER. Yeah, I think that's very fine. The leave is fine, very flexible leave. With the right set of tiles, it could give a bingo.
Yeah, definitely. I could play that too. Okay, you see ace and rook set aside. Okay, so we might be seeing Waving go for the same spot. Ted could have come down, so he's playing rook right underneath that spot.
And rook scores 22, keeping ACE.
All right. Now it's back to George with RTILMKO.
Now, I think the board is pretty conditioned to an extent. Because of the P that is there, and you have to play, maybe starting from the letter T, or yeah, there's really not much one can do on this board. It looks pretty conditioned to me.
Yeah, we could say that, considering if you're trying to play above it, above rook, your options are very restricted to just O, I believe. Your bingo starting from O, and then a seven letter cannot come down vertically just beside rook. But I believe who done it does take an S. So it might come down a bingo with from starting with S would could come down right beside who done it.
It goes for Milko for 26 points. All right. ABCEGMU. Yes, if the letter K was placed perfectly on this board, Megabuck would or might come down. But yes, that's Gambe. We see Gambe for 38 points.
All right, back to George. We see RTGINAT, and I think we should be saying a bingo of rotating on this turn. This is through the O of Dari, and he's wasting no time, absolutely going for it, and that will be committed for 84 points.
Beautiful find. What an amazing play from him. That eyesight, simply wonderful. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen George a couple of times played live from this stream, and I do not really expect anything less. He's a very fast and versatile player. He sees his words and goes for it almost immediately. Very good eye indeed.
As it should. Yes. Tochi Nwali says, Gamb begum. Well, looks like he does Gambe instead. And he said, good eye. Yes, good eye indeed. Finding rotating to that O and making it fit perfectly. Simply beautiful for looking
Yeah,
in that direction.
definitely. All right, so it's back to Waybeing with a rack of UBONCIE. What are his options here, Coin?
Let's see. I mean, if he does blue, BLUE, playing to the L of laws, I think for 17, I think that's fine. Or, Cobb next to Gambe. Although the UG spot is there, the V, there's still the V and there's still the H, so and then O and A, so you might not want to give out that spot. But I think doing blue Yeah, I think during blue is fine.
Okay. Umwali says it's written for a close end game situation. Yeah, we might be seeing that, especially if the players continue to go neck for neck through the end game. So I'm really curious to see how this turns out.
I think it's always very exciting to see games where you really do not know who is going to win until the very last
And
play. Yes, I think it's very interesting.
very interesting indeed. I mean, we've seen games on this stream where players will go neck to neck, or even a player would be leading the other one with a little bit of gap, and then everything changes during the end game. Either one comes from behind and steal with just very little points and then win the game.
Yes, I think that's how funny the dynamics of a game can change in the end game situation because a wrong move can cost one the game.
Definitely. So the current scores are 271 for George to Wabin's 313. And it's Wabin's turn to make a move.
Can we take a look at George's time? 17 minutes.
I mean, earlier on, I think me and Excel, we've talked about this, about how Nigerians can be very fast. And particularly, we've seen George a lot of times in this stream, and he has been very, very, very fast indeed. So I'm not surprised.
I mean, he has a like over 10 minutes advantage, over his opponent. His opponent is on
Yeah.
7 minutes, he's on 17 minutes. That's more than enough time for him to, that he needs for him to go into the end game.
Yeah, I noticed a pattern with him. Towards the end game, he always have like above 10 minutes left on his clock, and he always makes the best use of it. So we might be seeing something similar
I do think so.
in this game.
Like we said, he might be leading now, but we have 20 tiles left in the bag. It's still anybody's game, and it would not want to make any costly mistakes at this point.
Definitely, but time pressure is something he also have to consider, especially during the end game, which can affect one's decision making. So, considering he has just 6 minutes left now to his opponent's 17 minutes.
One can think that the reason why it's taking so much time to play is because he lost the previous game on stream, and you would not want to lose two games in a row on stream. You would want to win as many games as possible going forward. So yeah, that might be a reason why he's being extra careful in this game.
Definitely, that's a thought to consider. Considering two losses in a row might just change your dynamics and can really affect your games afterwards.
Yes, so it's really nice to see both players on stream today. And yes, they've been playing very well. Gadflies, the beautiful sight of rotating, simply amazing. Who done it? I think,
I mean, I learned that
yeah,
one
that should be
today.
my highlights of the who done it.
Yeah, good and amazing word power from Webin, I must say.
Yes, 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 indeed. All right, looks like he's finally making his play.
Okay, yes, it is. And I see he shaked his head a little. All right. I
All
love to
right,
see
yeah.
some emotions from our players on
Yes,
stream.
please. Yes, please. Most of the time, a lot of them are just they act very indifferent.
Mm-hmm. It might be a technique as well, not to really let the other player read their yeah, so it happens. So we see it's going for Science, Cion, I believe. Yeah. Okay. I think they're having a bit of an issue, probably with the time.
Now I wonder what the issue must be. All right, we wonder what the issue must might be. I think it's an issue with the timer.
Yeah, I
Maybe the
believe
timer
so.
went off or got reset or something.
Okay, but period to that, I think George was on about 17 minutes to Wabin's 4 minutes.
I think so too. I think so too. I think they're about to get them another timer. All right, ASSEE and we see OCA come down
Okay,
for
somebody's
10.
asking what the commotion. I think it's been sorted now, but the issue was with the timer, and that has been sorted now.
Yes, sorry for the little disruption.
Yeah, so sound came down from Webin, and immediately George replied with Oka OCA. Now it's back to Webin. With the rack of RHUBENS, I think it must begin to, it might be feeling the time pressure slowly closing in.
Yeah. Hall, however, scores 27. I think that would help him extend his lead, even further. Currently, is leading with about 55, so plus 27. That makes it about 72.
Okay, that has
82.
come down from Webin.
Yes.
And going back to George, we see ASSEEIN. All right. I think the two S's might really be of good use for him to actually come back into this game. So I think I see a bingo through the G of rotating. He could play Agenizes, I believe. Yeah, definitely. Agenizes would fit through that.
Also a Genesis, 61 points.
Oh,
as well.
interesting. Genesis, Agenizes. I believe that's the anagram.
All right then.
No, don't worry. I can see.
All right. A Agenizes comes down for 61.
And I think we should be seeing a response from England.
Sterner, 82 points. After Agenizes, the score is George 342 and Wabins 363.
Interesting. Okay. All right. So we see Stena coming down for 82 points by Wabin.
And I think we might have to call it a game as Waving would now be leading with about 100 points. And yes,
Okay, and I think we have just four racks left, four tiles left, I believe. Wow.
And it
Oh,
looks like George is taking his highest move of highest score 51. Tava
wow.
Tava for 51 points. Someone in chat says unblockable Stena. Yes, I think even if it was a Genesis or a Genesis, just like he played, Stena would still land on this board.
Definitely.
Current scores 393, 445. And you can see that Waving finishes with NOUR for 19 points. And yes, we've come to the end of this game.
Wow. This really took an interesting turn, to be
Very
honest.
interesting turn, if you ask me.
Wow.
The From the beginning of the game, we saw gadflies come down as as the first move by Waving, and then we saw Pixie. George was trying to balance his rack and see what he could do. Then he got all consonant, and then he had to change. After changing, his opponents came in with who done it for 62 points. Prior to that, he scored 51. So the scores were about 96 to 216 in Waving's favor, and G's, um, red, and the likes, and then rotating. I think that was beautiful eyesight from
Yeah,
him.
definitely.
Rotating came down for a whooping 84 points, and then as soon as he played Agenizes to get back into the game, to closing up the margin,
Mm-hmm.
he replied with Weeby replied with
Then,
Stena for 82 points.
I mean, we could say Stena was the turning point of this game
Yes,
because
I
if,
think that was what gave him the game.
yeah, he gave him the game despite the time pressure. Very impressive play from both
Both
players,
players
and
indeed.
that seals the win for Waving once again.
I
Oh,
mean, I think it should feel good now as he lost the last game on stream,
yeah,
but now he's won this game, and yes, I think taking the time to actually look at what he could do at that point in time
yeah,
actually
he really
paid
did
off.
feel the game.
Yes, I think it did pay off. All right, thank you very much for joining us. Still round 15, round 16 is going to come very soon. Please like, subscribe to the channel, drop a message in the chat. Let us know where you're joining us from, your favorite game so far on stream, your favorite word, Yes, just let us know.
All right, see you soon.
knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score. knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score. Now knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast.
Okay, and welcome back, guys. Here we had the final round of the WESPAC main event live in Ghana. The final round for today, I must say, it's been an amazing world-class Scrabble, and the players have battled through tiles and tension, and now we are down to the very last round.
Yes, you can say that again. We've had, I think, 7 games on stream. Beautiful Scrabble, beautiful words. Who done it would must be my favorite for today. Without further ado, let's get into Eight. All right. Opening rack for Alan Paul is YBEMED H. A couple of options for him here. He could do hid or hide for 32 points. Yeah, ED scores 32, hide as well scores 32 points. Keeping BM.
Yeah, that's you could play that. You could play ED, you could play hide, both scoring the same. And yeah, we might be seeing any one of that coming through.
All right, looks like it's thinking hard on what to play.
Okay, so I believe this is like the first time we are seeing Timmy Boko on stream, and the last time I did see him, I think he was on a streak actually until he played with Nigel. Unfortunately, we couldn't cover that. That was streamed live on Let's Play Scrabble, and he did lose that one, and after then he had two losses after then, so now he's on 3 losses to 12 wins.
All right, looks like Alan is taking his time on this. Again, if you're just joining us, welcome. Let us know what you're doing in the chat. Let's know what your suggestions are, your favorite words so far, who you're rooting for. Is it Timmy Woku or Alan Paul? Let us know how the experience has been following the WESPAC 2025. Yes, just let us know whatever you may be thinking. Let's know in the chat. We'll be here to engage you and answer whatever questions that you may have.
Definitely, girl. Following, you're subscribing, and make sure you share to your friends and family as well. So we see Bidai coming down by Alan for
28
points. Interesting. Okay, I was expecting to see probably ED or hide, but that is also a top choice. I mean, even HM, which could probably cash in more points the next round, the next turn for him. All right, so it's back to Woko with YGSSN. Okay, so what would you do in this round, going?
I could do something as simple as soy, SOY 419, leaving my INGS, or something like boying. The only issue with that is I get to keep two S's, but I think I'll do soy. Soy scores 19 and I get to keep INGS. I mean, the board is still very open, it's still the beginning of the game, and I would have an opportunity to still play my ING bingo if I pick the right house. So, yes, I think it might look to do soy.
Yeah, definitely. Soy is always top options you could consider for this round, leaving GINS.
Yes, in the chat I can see Pelumi Otetu be saying Woko. Yes, I think he must be a Timi Woko fan.
We see you, Pelumi. Also, make sure you support whoever you're supporting. Make sure we do see you in the chat. This support actually goes a long way. We've seen it a couple of times where the countrymen come out for their people, and in a way, it helps whoever is being represented. Okay, so we might be saying boys calm down, calm down instead. Okay, but playing oils or soy would score more. So Doys only score 16, but it leaves GINS as well.
Looks like a sticky situation here for Alan with two A's, two E's, one I, H, and M.
Okay, he might decide to play here. That's YEAH. Right beside the O to Y to the A and S to H.
Looks like he has Meha set aside Miha plays next to Doyce for 29 points, keeping A, E, E.
Okay, it might be comfortable leaving two E's because Mia do scores more indeed, and yeah, you might want to play that.
Yeah, other option might be, yeah, like you pointed out, but it opts for Miha instead. Miha 29.
Okay, back to Woko, we see a rank of PISNGJM. So
Wow, that means that after his play of Joyce, he went into the back to pick only consonants.
exactly, and unfortunately, we won't be seeing a bingo on this turn, but it could play Jimmy through the MI of from Mia for 35 points, leaving GNPS. What do you think about that point?
I mean, it's pretty okay. Jimmy scores well. The only issue I have with it is the fact that he would have four consonants on his rack, and you never can tell what he'll draw. What if he draws three consonants again? I think that's the only issue I have with leaving GNPS on his rack.
Yeah, that's something worth considering, but it's also worth noting that currently he has just a single vowel. So would he be willing to use it now or just play through a vowel that's available on this board?
Oof. I think if he's looking to keep his doing something as simple as JISM, playing three I from me and S from Doyce for 13.
Okay, I think he is considering Jinky instead for 22 points, leaving GNS.
All right, I think GP is quite fair compared to the play of Jimmy. AEEGOOT, still raining vowels over here for Alan Paul, although
Okay, interestingly, through the M of Jimpy, he could play Ugamet. Okay, I think these are some biology um origin, I guess. I can't remember this word.
yeah, Ugamate is the female
Female gamete.
gamete, yes.
Definitely. So Ugamet does play through the M of for 65 points.
Now, what I would be really looking forward to is if Ugamate is played, it takes a hook of Z, and Z in that triple letter score would be very, very dangerous.
Very dangerous indeed. I
So
mean,
spotting Ugamate is one thing, but then would you be bold enough to risk it?
exactly. I mean, considering the Z is still unseen.
Exactly. The only way that he would get away with that move is if his opponent is not aware of that word. Of the fact
Of the
that
hook,
yes, of the hook,
yeah.
yes.
So there's a lot to consider in this turn. So aside
Although
that, it could play, um,
Toye,
yeah, which is I think that is what he is considering.
yeah, I mean when you look at the rank, first glance, AA, EE, OO, GT, you would not think might be a play bingo. So yes, I think playing Toya is fair.
Okay, so we see SDN VR XO on Timmy's rack, and again a single vowel, and his option here might be to just cash in a few points, more points like OX, just right beside Toya for 36. Although that leaves GNRSV. What do you think about that?
That's fair, but it's doing jargon instead. Jargon scores 28.
Leaving SVX. Okay.
All right, looking over to Paul's rack, we see EEGLNOV. I think something like VO, VISOHEA would be fine. That scores 30 points, which is quite fair to me, keeping GELN. But if he's looking to play longer, It could do Venge. The problem with Venge is that it
The triple
opens,
triple,
yes, the
yeah.
triple lane, and the E, unlike other tiles, is like very easy to bingo through. So it would not want to risk that. So I think playing Vo is safer.
Yeah, Bo is definitely a very safe option at this point. Leaving EGLN and scoring 30 is pretty decent to me.
Again, if you're just joining, this is the main event happening live in Accra, Ghana. And yes, we've had 7 rounds of exciting Scrabble earlier today. 8 rounds actually earlier today. We saw some explosive plays. We've had top Scrabble players from around the world come on stream today. It has been nothing short of amazing. If you missed it, don't worry. You could go back to watch your replay, and there's still plenty Scrabble to come. 16 more rounds to go. Tomorrow we pick up again by 9 a.m.
Yes, definitely. All right, so we see Alan is still yet to make any move.
Might be going through his mind.
I think he's probably considering his leave. Maybe if he plays the VOE, he's leaving EGLN. Although I think they are pretty synergic, especially if you pick vowels and all. So you could bingo in the next round. So I see he's committing VOE for 30 points. So that is
Pretty standard indeed. Looking over to Woko Timi's side, looks like he has managed to find the first blank of the game, and he has SVXWIT. Just one vowel, which is the letter I. So I think he will be looking to do something like Vox or Works, just like he did Works for 26. AWEELNG. Okay, any suggestions for Alan?
okay. So I could play wage, just write through the G of jargon for 30 points. Also, a very obscure play might be to play G jaw, if I'm not wrong. That is GEEGAW. That scores more for 35 points, leaving LN. Now the question is, would he spot that, and would he be willing to play that?
I think Alan really takes his time to assess the board and look inward and very deeply to see where he would be able to play. I think he doesn't rush to make his moves.
Yeah, we've seen different kinds of players on this stream, to be honest. We've seen players that seize their move immediately and they go for it. And we've seen players that take their time and then they do end up making the best decision after the
Yes.
time taken.
I think that's the thing about Scrabble. Whatever works for you works for you.
Exactly. So you just have to find what works for you. So we see him going in. Okay, I'm yet to see. I think he is going in for wage for 30 points.
All right, let's note that weight takes a front hook. S, swage.
And Woko has that S. So would we be seeing something from that position going towards the triple word?
Maybe not, it would want, considering the fact that he has the blank, it would want to keep the S for a possible bingo. And it looks like both players have one blank each on their racks.
Interesting.
Beautiful stuff.
Very fair.
Any options for Timmy?
I could play squirts, but maybe hooking the S to the wage. Okay, that's not enough, I guess, to boss kits. Although it does open the triple lane, but it scores about 36 points, leaving RV.
Well, it looks
blank.
like he decides to go with CSK,
Oh,
which
interesting.
scores
29.
29 points. All right, and we should be seeing a bingo come down. Alan Paul has the one of the back alongside EGLNRT. So yes, we should be seeing a bingo come down.
Okay, we could see triangle or tringle, even tingler.
Tangla, ringlet.
Yeah,
Yes, we should be seeing a bingo come down this turn.
definitely. Through the EA for mere hand, for it could also play. Okay, that is definitely not. You won't consider that because it's not. The other bingos you could consider would be tringle, triangle, tingler, tangler, and ringlet. So let's see which one it decides to play.
Again, it's really fascinating how these players can spot their words without even touching the racks.
Yeah, I mean, we had that discussion on our last stream, and honestly, I think the shuffling goes on in their head and not on their racks.
All right, looks like it's about to make his play, and he has designated the blank to be an A, so that would be triangle or tanglia, and it's tanglia.
Tangler.
Tangler, rather.
Okay, Tangler it is for 60 points. Back to Woko, we have blank VEIRFN. Okay, so we might be seeing another bingo come through. So through the E of Tangler just played, we could see fevering or over fine. Interestingly, through the E of bed eye, it could play over fine there for 76 points, and I think it's a more safer option for him to consider.
Yes, I think playing over 5 to the E of Bidai would be much better. But it looks like he has spotted fevering and he might be looking to do that instead.
Okay, favoring it is for 76 points.
All right. Fevering. And I think that would give Alan shapened to the N
Yeah,
or
definitely. Or
ephedras.
Federas, yeah. You could play any of that through the newly played fevering. Although you might want to think a bit to know if it could play a 9 pointer through the G from fevering, and it would be something worth considering to know if it could play. But other than that, it could play shaping, like we said, or federals, both 82 points. Okay, interestingly, we're getting a challenge from Alan. I think they're checking fevering.
I mean, I really don't think it's that surprising, especially because when you think of fever, the first thing that comes to your head is, the normal fever that we know. You don't think
Yeah,
of it as a verb. So yes,
it's
I think the
very
challenge is very valid.
valid, exactly. All right, so that's an extra 5 points for Timmy
It looks
Woko.
like their time scores now 202, 202.
Interesting.
Wonderful.
Now, this if he's able to spot the two or one of the two bingos, it will definitely push his scores further.
Okay, so fun fact, ephedras means gymnosperm shrub. That's quite interesting.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting indeed.
All right, let's see if Alan would reply. Shapened ephedras. Although, if he doesn't see either of the two, he has pashed, playing tanglers, pashed for 50.
Same spot, he could play ask. Asped, I guess. HASPED or HESPED for same point of 50. So I think playing the bingo would be the best option.
Yes, yes. Quick question though. Do you think he would be looking to find a bingo, or he would be thinking in the direction of, you know, cashing the S to score massively in that place? You know, he has um all right, looks like he has made a
He
move.
played feast. Interesting. I think we see a move of feast from Alan, and unfortunately, that is a phony. So would we be getting another challenge on this stream?
Most likely we're going to. All right, it looks like there's going to be a challenge.
Wow. So he really missed the play of sharpened,
Shaping and then Ephedras.
yeah, shaping and Ephedras.
Tough, really, really tough.
I think, like you said, he was really looking towards playing, hooking his S to the tangler to form tanglers and playing towards that lane. I don't think he was looking towards the favoring hook at all.
I really don't think that's what it was. I think it
Wow,
was more
interesting.
fixated on that
What a miss.
place.
All right, so we might be seeing another bingo come through for Timiwoko because apparently I see raccoons, I believe, from Roko. I think the other anagram would be Santor.
Yes.
All right,
Both
interesting.
would actually fit, next to tanglers. Although if Santor is played, it will take out Shapen and Ephedras.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is definitely worth considering. I mean, you just saw what his opponent had, so he might really want to put that into consideration. Okay, so I see
He's
he's going
doing
for
raccoons instead.
raccoons instead.
I think Santor would be the optimal move because you get to take out your opponent's chance to play a big one. Especially since,
Definitely,
you've seen his styles, and those styles do look like they will play to at least one of the floats, whether the E, the R, the I, the N, or the G. Maybe it didn't take a minute to look at it. It just
definitely. He was really particular about just playing his own bingo.
yes, I think that's what
Now,
it is.
if Alan is able to look correctly, he would know that he can play shape hand.
Yes.
Yeah, in that same spot.
I think Shapen is, easier to find compared to Ephedras.
Yeah, definitely. Well, not gonna lie, I've been shocked by some word power I've seen. You think, especially from I think waving, you think you would go for the most
Word,
bingo, and then it
yes.
goes for the very obscure one. So
Yes.
it just comes down to the player that we are having. So now shaping would definitely come down, might come down actually if he spots it, but I think he's going for something else. Wow.
Shaped.
Wow, this is actually very close to shaping.
Oof. All right, so there's a miss. Shaped 48 points.
Yeah, he definitely rushed that move, and this could have changed the game if he was able to spot.
All right,
that
score
bingo.
check 202 for Alan Paul. Timiwoko 284. All right, FNNZACL. Looks like it's raining consonants over here.
Yeah, you could say that. With just a single bar on his rack, what are his choices here?
Oof. If
Okay,
it's
I
doing
think I see a spot. Although it's a little bit risky, but it does cost 46. If he can play Za right beside I think I see, yeah, right beside EA, it could play Za for 46 points. What do you think about that move?
I think he might decide to do that. He might also decide, there's this triple letter score right next to one of the O's of our tunes. So you
Yeah.
might decide to still hold on to the Z and play something like flan or calf. That way he has the chance to go into the bag to 4,000, and it would hope that one of them would be the letter also come with Zo for 60 something points.
Yeah, I see the space through ratoons, but I don't see any two-letter word that it can play, except maybe like Azo. You could play Azo through that place, but a two-letter word like Z or Za won't fit. Okay, so you could play Zodo or Azo through that.
All right, yes. Although one of the O found its way to Paul's rack, so that leaves one O in the bag. Okay, looks like he's doing flan, just like I said, holding on to this Z to see if he would get a chance to play, something like Zo. Also, Alan might not be looking in the direction of that triple letter score. He might be looking in the direction of, the newly opened spots in the triple
From
lane.
plan. So from plan, I think he could play Denk for 30 points, leaving AO.
Something really exciting that I know it seems very far fetched, but something really exciting that I would hope that would see, because it will make the game so much interesting. If Alan decides not to play to the end and goes somewhere else on the board, and then we see Timmy play CINQ.
Oh
What
my
do you
God.
think about that?
That would be like about 75 points, you can imagine. So, but definitely, I think Alan might play through either
N.
the N or the G that is open from favorite. But let's see what does happen. Possibly seal the win for Timmy, to be honest.
Exactly. 20 tiles left in the bag. The Q and Z already on Timmy Woko's rack. Alan doesn't know that. We have a lot of eyes left in the bag. So I'm really curious to see how the eyes will be distributed.
Definitely. I mean, it's something you should be considering as well. If he considers that, he would definitely play through the N of flan.
Someone said a federal steel play Santu would have blocked it. Exactly. Santu would have been the perfect move at that point in time, but he opts for a turn instead, and Alan missed both shaping and a federal. So
Interestingly, somebody pointed that if he does play Deng, it will use zinc for Timmy Woko.
amazing.
Wow.
Simply amazing. It looks like a and it looks like he plays NAUD, play to the M. And just like I said,
Sank is coming down.
and just like I predicted,
This has gotten very, very interesting.
very interesting if you ask me. 75 whooping points. Wow. And just like that, it takes the lead to over 100.
This is crazy.
Initially when I said that, I thought it would be, it was very far-fetched. Like, why would he leave that spot? Looks like that's exactly what happened. Although if you had played Deng, it would still give zinc for 60, but then 75 points is a lot more than that. And he still has the Z with him.
But either ways, I would have thought he would possibly close that space off and go for either Deng or other move he could play towards that end.
Wonderful. And now it looks like he has the letter Z, the letter O rather.
Oh my God. So we might be seeing another 60 pointer from Timmy Woko.
Wonderful. What I find really fascinating is the fact that, OG just went down now. OG, which scored just 10 points, went down. I know with the is what would have played, but imagine if he had the letter A to play ZA right
Exactly on
over
that
OG, that would be
triple.
a killer.
Low key, the couple of rounds we've seen 60s, we've seen about 70s.
Especially, yes, even the play of Jedi, in that
Exactly, it
game,
did remind
yes,
me of
Jedi
Jedi mode.
88 points, and now CINQ 75. Zoe plays 64, although as Zoe, like you said, but he doesn't have the A, so he has to
Yeah,
opt for Zoe for 64 points. If he had the A, he would be playing ZA over OGEE. My
wow.
goodness.
At this point, I think we could confidently say this has turned into Timmy's game.
Yes, 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 indeed.
The current scores, although not updated, we have Timmy on 452 and Alan's 286.
All right. Alana has two U's, CAUDER. Ah, my goodness.
Okay, I think it might be worth considering. I think his only hope right now is if he's able to play a 9 pointer through that G of fevering, that could possibly bring him back into the game.
Yes, I think that's the reason why he's making, other openings to take his opponent's um attention away from that G spot, That's why he must have opened the OG spot. Although I feel like that's a little bit dangerous because look at the fact that Timmy had the Z. If he had the A, that would have been a killer. Even the 60 points, that was 130 plus points in
In
two
just
moves,
two moves.
CINQ and then ZO, So I think scoring, underscoring just because you want to give your, I feel like you had other options
Yeah,
other than
definitely.
playing
The OG move
OGEE.
really didn't
Yes,
make any sense to me. I wonder what the thought process behind that was. Probably opening up for himself, but it was just so risky.
very, very risky. But looks like he's doing CURD instead, COURED for 30 points. And that's all right, looks like he's doing
Okay, we're seeing Curd. Curd for 30 points.
he has 3 minutes on his rack and Timmy 4 minutes. My goodness.
Okay, so I think it's worth noting that currently Timmy is the second position. He has 12 wins. If he wins this one, it would be 13 wins and he might be topping the table once again.
Yes. All right.
I think it's been very interesting watching in the life, starting from the LCQ where he won 8 straight games, and even down into the main event from day one, he won 8 straight games as well, pushing him to 16 wins. Now, interestingly, I think we're getting a Litlin, I believe.
All right. The G that he was hoping to play a times 9 to has now been taken. Deepling comes down, very valid, and 74 points.
Wow, this is indeed Timmy's game, I must say.
It
This
really
has been,
is.
this is a wowzer because I wasn't expecting this. Now, should be very devastating for Alan, and all his hope for coming back into this game is officially closed.
Officially gone. It's what we call a knockout. We see at the big people say good Scrabble here should still end the day in first place. Indeed, yes, I think Timmy would end A in first place after it wins this game.
Yeah, definitely. So now there's little to nothing for Haaland to do.
I think he really fought hard in this game.
Yeah, I think he did. Although I would say he also made some suboptimal moves that I believe he shouldn't have. He really gave Timmy to really power on in this
Yes,
game.
he played that phony. I think he was pissed. If he had played, something different in that spot, Ratoons would not come down.
Definitely.
And even after the
He
phony,
missed
he missed
shaping,
Chapin,
I believe.
Ephedras, yes. So
Yeah,
he had, multiple chances to come back in the game, but Scrabble happens. Maybe it's fatigue, maybe it's stress. Maybe it's because he's more fixated on one side of the board compared to the other.
definitely. That's more considering. Now, with just 1 minute left and his timer, and he might be rushed to make a decision, but his best move here might be to play a Brune just right above Litnin for 28 points.
And it's like he's opting for Bunya instead. Bunya keeping IRA. I think he's going for a two-move finish. Bunya scores 20 and he should be able to finish on his next turn. All right, UNAI. For 6 points. And I think that brings us to the end of this game. You can see both players, just got a handshake. Yes, good Scrabble. I think Alan Paul fought really hard in this game, but like we said, some moves that he made were very questionable, and I think that's what gave Timmy Woko the upper hand, even up until the point where he left the G open, hoping for a possible ×9 option. Timmy Woko came with lead lane, and that was the killer.
Honestly, this game has been very. I am trying to look for the best word to fit this game.
It was very exciting.
It took different turns.
Yes, you would think that he would play to the end of Flan. Boom, it doesn't.
He played
75 points.
and then he cashed in Sang for 75 points. He went ahead and played Soul for 60 more points. Came in with Ratoons, played Favoring, also delivered a knockout in the end with Listening. I mean, this has just been a very beautiful game. Watching Team Yoko on the stream is always very beautiful.
Very
but this
interesting.
has been particularly very impressive. Now, after this game, I believe the first position in the standings would be Team Iwoko. Coming through would be Ashan, and in third place we'll have Wagin, while Spain. So, and that's it. That brings us to the end of day 2 WESPAC main event, and it is officially wrapped up.
Yes.
What a journey it has been of 16, about 8. We played about 8 games. We saw 8 games today, right?
9 games.
9 games. Okay, played 7 games yesterday and 9 games today. So we've seen the plays, we've seen incredible comebacks and pure pressure from the game, to be honest. And the story really isn't over yet. Stay with us as we build up to the grand finale. So from Ghana, it's been very beautiful commentating to you. I remain Opeoluwa Omotayo, and with me,
Koinsola Lasaki. Thank you so much for tuning in. See you tomorrow. Bye.
bye.